Here we go. Back to it. Let me see now. Episode 3, right? Okay, yeah. Let's just get to it then. Let me get rid of this. Yeah, let's go. The runaway room.
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter. A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself. However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident, "I believe that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude. The beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together."
What? That's like more specifically them, Naruhodo and Sherlock.
Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
And look at all the steam locomotives.
That's a really strong English accent
Is incredible.
for Japanese people. I mean, I know this is how they learn their English, but still. There's no Japanese tilt to what they're saying. Brian's Coco.
I feel like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure. I suppose you're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay. And welcome to the centre of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
London. February 921. What an incredible place. It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. It's like a fortress. There are some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course. But they've only been built in the few short decades since we opened our borders to the outside world. An authentic example like this has quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? Far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from. It's certainly unfamiliar. But I think there's more to the differences than just construction materials. Yeah, it's all clockwork. What is this place again? This is the Lord Chief Justice's office, Naruhodo-san, in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. The Lord Chief Justice. We had instruction to report here at this time. If circumstances were different, we were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't. No. So instead we are here in a different capacity, as envoys to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. Yes, and having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done. so we'd have to return to Japan. I want to remain here in Great Britain. I have to take Kazuma's place as the law student selected for the study tour. Yes, which means you need to requisite qualifications as a lawyer, which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason why we're here. To have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way we'll be able to remain here in London. Hope up to scratch. It would suck if you'd studied for, how long was it? 3 months? On that ship, and then it's all for nothing. Oh, good morning. Sorry for keeping you. Whoa. This guy looks like an anime character. Oh. I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. It seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. My apologies. Oh, no, don't mention it. We're never happier than when we're standing around with nothing much to do. How fortunate. So, introductions. I am Male Strongheart. Male Strongheart. Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. Ugh, and I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Come on, Mr. Naruhodo, don't be a mouse. Oh, it's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo, from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. Ah, yes, thank you. No. Look around. Look at these menacing metal giants facing each other across the room. I believe they're suits of armor. Oh, right. I thought maybe they were like lion dogs we have in Japan guarding shrine gates. No, not at all. In fact, in Europe, suits of armor like these are always possessed by evil spirits, you know. And they roam around in the middle of the night. Really? Is there nothing you don't know, Miss Susato? This book tells me everything I need to know about everything. If you're ever unsure, just ask. What kind of book says that the suits of armor are haunted? Where'd you get that incredible tome? Let's look at all the naughty books packed together. That's not what I'm looking at. On these shelves, they go from floor to ceiling. And they're all books that you couldn't hope to come by in Japan. It's like a dream. Yes, a very bad dream. They're not all about British law either. There are books about the judicial systems of other Western nations. France, Germany, Spain, Holland. What about Russia? Why do you ask? I was wondering about asking the Lord Chief Justice how you say wardrobe in Russian. What do you think? I think perhaps it's a thought best abandoned. This must be the Lord Chief Justice's desk. I believe it's made of marble. It's more like an over-the-top tombstone and it's toppled over to me. I think that's your fanciful imagination at work again, Mr. Naruhodo. Feels like everything is normally made of wood and paper at home. It's made of bricks and stone here. I know. That's why this place feels so overbearing, I'm sure. Is this some kind of clock? Actually, I think we might be inside some sort of giant clock. But those gears are larger than anything you'd find on a steam locomotive even. It's eerie. You think clocks are some sort of hobby of his? The Lord Chief Justice, I mean. Well, boys do enjoy fiddling around with machines, don't they? I'm not sure you could just fiddle with cogs that size, and I'm certain you couldn't call him a boy. Still, it's amazing how little noise the cogs make, considering how large they are. There's actually something quite soothing about their precise rhythm. Is that all? Okay. Wait. How do I... Oh no. Hey, there is more, but there's nothing. Speak to me. Wait. Armband? These are the scales of justice. They're a symbol of the defense, aren't they? Yes, that's right. The scales are a symbol of fairness, to show that all are treated equally in the eyes of the law. And they're a warning to those who enter the courtroom without an impartial mind. But if they're the mark of the defense, it would be more suspicious if they're way more heavily on the not guilty side, I think. Very impartial, I'm sure. It's like, yeah, that's not biased at all. The lawyer's name is embroidered on the inside here. Look. Kazuma Asogi. This was his band, of course. He had his heart set on this study tour in Great Britain. Sure he would have found the truth he longed for here. But he lost his life before he even had the chance to see the place. I have such a strong sense of his hopes and dreams when I look at this armband, though. Lord Strongheart, may I show you this? To accept this item, issue a receipt, examine it thoroughly, and make a formal statement of my findings. It would require something in the region of 24 seconds of my time. Sorry? Does the item want 24 seconds of my time, Mr. Naruhodo? Let's leave it for now. It took him like 24 seconds to say all that. So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Oh, well, I've been so nervous ever since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh? We had a wonderful view of some of London's streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say I'm almost lost for words. I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water, and gas, even cables supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded. Oh yes, astounded is the word. Thanks for saving me there, Susato-san. And everyone seems jolly and full of vigor. Yes. There's much excitement about the upcoming Great Exhibition we'll be hosting here in London. Great Exhibition? Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. It will be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history, and we will make Paris's World Fair look like a toy shop. Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world. Even if you do say so yourself. The sun will never set on our great empire. Perhaps it is fate that in these progressive times we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. Lord Chief Justice, I think you were expecting a student of law for the study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. A Mr. Kazuma Asogi, if my memory serves. That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard a steamship bound for our shores. It's amazing. The news reached him before we even arrived. My country, naturally, extends its deepest condolences to yours. Oh, thank you. And you honored this appointment specifically to inform me of this news. Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoy from Japan to report the sad news in person. They tell me you Japanese are people of protocol and courtesy, and I see that it's true. And it is with some regret that I must inform you. The death of the young lawyer means the study tour arrangement can no longer proceed. If you would hear us out, Lord Strongheart. What do you have to say, madam? It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal. Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruhodo, this is it then, the moment of truth. Thing is, Lord Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if perhaps we could consider allowing the study tour to go ahead. Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead. But without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean. Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country, and that was Mr. Asogi. At least that is what I've been led to understand. Well, the thing is, this really isn't going well at all. I just can't seem to find the right words to say to this man. Miss Naruhodo. I could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I gonna say? If there's someone else here from Japan who would be described as a lawyer, it's... Actually, there's no one. It's Miss Susato. It's me. We'll see what happens if he loses his nerve. He just says it's her. It can probably only be, yes, Miss Susato. An unusual introduction, but I presume you mean this charming lady beside you. You're a lawyer, are you? That look she's giving me. After all the days of hard work she's been to help me study, I can't let her down now. I think that's quite enough joking, don't you, Lord Strongheart? My real answer is, it's me. I can do it. Is that so? I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but no qualifications, you say, and yet you still claim to be a lawyer. I have acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once, as it happens, and had Kazuma to help me, and I was the accused, but glossing over the details. I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've been learnt all about British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Buria. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Oh, I thought it was more. Okay, that's not that long, but still, not what you might call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training. I realize it's far too short a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Kazuma, Mr. Asogi's journey had only just begun. Coming here on this study tour was all he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set me. Just one chance, that's all I'm asking for. Please. 31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo, was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you in good stead as a lawyer. Oh, thanks. So you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? But let me ask you one thing first, sir. Yes? You say you intend to do everything Mr. Asogi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? Well, yes, that's my intention. I see. Am I imagining things? Or did his expression just alter a fraction there for all of a sudden? Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Really? Oh, what form will the test take exactly? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo. What do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So, let's have you defend someone. Huh? Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense as yet, so this will be welcome news. Today? Straight away? If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What could be simpler? Ugh, how do I get myself into these situations? Well, could I ask what sort of trial it is, Lord Strongheart? Yes, good question. Ah, I remember. Murder. It's a murder trial. Murder? An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. That's easy to say. But I should mention, just in case, if the defendant is found guilty, he will, of course, be sentenced to capital punishment. Capital punishment? He'll be put to death? Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably you read that much in your short, sea-based introduction to British law. We can't possibly agree to such a test. We'd be toying with a man's life. I am the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided it's acceptable. But you can't do that, can you? There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. So the defendant may live or die, depending on how well I perform in court. If I lose, he'll be hanged. Mr. Naruhodo, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. It's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be? What do I say? Do I agree to this absurd test? I'll do it. Alright then, if I have to give you a decision now, my answer is... I can't do it, I can't get the words out. 15 seconds. Your decision making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. So, it's as I suspected, is it? Sorry? You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire your ticket passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation's over. Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance. Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry, Mr. Sato, but what could I do? It's alright, I understand. You do? It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, but resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. What are you trying to say, madam? I think what Mr. Sato means is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable, and I feel exactly the same way. I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand at the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Wait, Mr. Naruhodo. Something else? It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. But I just said that I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. He will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. But that's awful. But that is the truth. Why does it have to be like this? Please don't expect an answer to every question. The cold hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with the chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you. And really his only hope? So, what do you say now, madam? Me? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, and I agree. But in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve. Oh. Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves. It's gone. The Old Bailey. If we're going to do this, Mr. Naruhodo, we must leave at once. Mr. Sato, can I just ask you something? Don't flip me. Careful. From this position, I can perform a Susato takedown in an instant. I know. Mr. Naruhodo, you heard Lord Strongheart. The trial starts imminently. If I need to throw you, I will. No, you could just say, I think we should hurry to the courtroom. If you need to ask me anything, you had better wait until at the Old Bailey. Fine. Is this trial just gonna start now? Oh my goodness. Oh, thank goodness, we're in town. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins. I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my teeth were going to rattle loose. Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed the bowl? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea in it for you. It's one of my favorite lines from the Herlock Sholmes stories, and it worked quite perfectly. I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were going to die, and we had to pay gold for the privilege. Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started. Yes, I suppose there's that. Anyway, I don't understand. The court clerk said that the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all. Is he hiding? So this is the Old Bailey. Even this room for defendants to wait in is grand. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm feeling tense, that's all. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An oppressive air, almost as the building itself is going to crush whoever's about to be sentenced. It was like only yesterday that I was the only one about to be crushed. Yes, whoever the man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment. Top of the morning to you, madam. Sir. What are you doing following me here? Things are fair desperate, are they? Sorry? Would you look at those expressionless faces? From the East, are yous? I don't know what accent is supposed to be. More for Japan, yes. Ah, Japan, is it? Right, say no more. So, how much do yous need? No, we're just here because... No need to explain, fella. I've been there myself, so I have. No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name. All while in a strange, faraway land. Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no. It's grand. I'll start by giving yous 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now. 1,000 guineas? Please, Mr. Sato, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 guineas is... It's enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo. What? It is nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I have enough wealth to buy the city of London two or three times over. Could that much rain even fall in one day? Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. Ah! Hit me in the eye. Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it to you, no strings attached. I'll be wanting you to do something for me. Oh? To be honest, 'tis a little embarrassing. The trial is about to begin, you see, for me good self here. I'll be in the dock. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Oh, well, the thing is, don't worry about the thing. All you have to do is stand up there next to me, nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial is going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. So it was true. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up. I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? Blustering blazes, do yous not know who I am? Me, one of London's biggest names? No, sorry. I only just arrived in the city, you see. I see. I suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Well, just next to Hyde Park, there in the centre of London, is another beautiful park. Sorry, a park? What? It's called McGilded Park, full of blossoming flowers and spring and singing birds and whatnot. I donated it to the city, so I did. An entire park in central London. City of Smiles, that's my vision for London. There's nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city and its queer old people. That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. But now they've called say I'm a good-for-nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded. What is the matter with the London police, I ask you? Right, don't pass out. This is Naruhodo. Perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath. Good idea. Mr. McGilded, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands. We'll do our best. What's I after saying, you daft idiot? I've given you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I? Yes, but I wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. Sorry? I know what you're thinking. This Chancellor of a fellow claims to have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, why the blazes can't he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Because he did it, that's the only explanation. Well? Well... Not at all. Not at all, although it is a little strange, to be honest. You don't have a lawyer, right? Got to be the fault of the Reaper. Sorry? Did you just say Reaper? Aye, the Grim Reaper of the Bailey, Lord Barak von Zeeks. Barak van Zeeks. He's the prosecutor. The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper. When Van Zeeks stands for the prosecution, all the accused is sacrificial lambs. And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. What? So it's reached the desperate situation where there's no one willing to stand in defense against the fella at all. You could say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey. Goodness, Lord Barak von Zeeks. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor then. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed. Cursed? What on earth? The defendant is summoned, and his counsel. Please make your way into the courtroom. The trial's about to begin. His counsel, that would be me. Oh, it's his time. Well then, fella, don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. Until you showed your face here, I'd made up my mind, so I had. Sorry? I decided I'd have to defend myself in there. How would that have worked? But then you made an appearance, a student of law, didn't you know? 'Tis no accident, I can assure you of that. 'Tis fate, so don't get cold feet now, please. I literally know nothing about the case, or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him. Mr. Naruhodo, the man is no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Yes, something that Kazuma would never have allowed to happen. Counsel for the defense, what are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand. I'll be right there. It's happening then. My first trial in the British court. Hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because I have no idea how I'm gonna manage this. Oh my gosh. Oh, fancy. Fire. That's a really low-res fire. I guess it's because it was so zoomed in. So this is the highest court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey. Centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? So different to the Supreme Court in Japan. It feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. May I say something, Miss Naruhodo? Oh, yes, what? I'm so nervous. Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again. I know, but I just can't help it. Vampire? Oh, this guy's Santa. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGilded. I now call upon the counsel for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared. That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. Why is he a vampire? He does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld. Hang on a second. Counsel for the defense. You appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English? Huh? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. But he asked if the defense was ready. And I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. Those eyes please me, Nipponese. They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. Ugh, a cold shiver just ran down my spine, all the way to the tips of my toes. Now, Mr. McGilded. Yes, my lord? You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner? As I've always said, my lord, 'tis a grand thing to give opportunities to the young, even if the fellow's a student from some little island off in the Far East. Is it not the British way to ignore the dangers of yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance? I'd like to think that acts of chivalry do the great British Empire proud. Listen to Mr. McGilded. What a fine gentleman London has in him. Did you hear he donated £5,000 to the government the other day? Mother, please, when we go and play Mr. in McGilded Park? It seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded. It's definitely welcome news. He certainly has a way with words. Surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. Eloquently put, Mr. McGilded, and most laudable sentiments. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you that you 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed? Yes, my lord. His task is to send rotters to the gallows where they belong. I'm more than ready. At the manor, his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree. I'm not going to remember all these voices. Any criminals here will soon be wishing they never set eyes on me. She didn't say anything, and he didn't say anything, he just drank. Is he Irish? I feel a chill. Don't mind me, my dears, I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Must finish these mitts for my grandson. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, these people are... The jury, yes. That's something we don't have in Japan yet. That's right, I've only ever read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. The judge passes sentence according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view. But how exactly do the jurors give their verdict? That I don't know, but I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses. Yes. Prosecutor Van Zieks. My lord? It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you'd renounced your fame. I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, my lord. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity. So what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstances of which the court should be aware? Is this man Edward's ancestor? I leave that to your imagination, my lord. So the Reaper's been out of action for 5 years. Why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback? It's hot, Mr. Naruhodo. As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statement, I think. A summary of the case, if you please. Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity. Must be the only one here who aren't aware. The incident took place in the late evening, 3 days past. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks, known in the community as Thrice-Fired Mason. Sorry? Thrice? He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible. The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service on the streets of London at the time. The dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. Here's the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard. Thank you, counsel. I shall accept that and the photograph as evidence. Ooh, got record. Ooh, crime scene photo. And one further item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well. And these are... Good lord, is that blood, counsel? Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. What? Mr. McGilda's gloves had blood on them? Yes, I will accept these as evidence as well. Great. Yeah, that's right. How did I get into this? I'm backed into a corner before I've even started. Continuing. Scroll. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time. Only 2? Obviously, one of these passengers was the deceased brickmaster, Mr. Mason. The other was the accused, Magnus McGilded. These animations are great. Well, rather daunting circumstances to say the least. Defendant, what say you? Well, of course I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. McGilded, to be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening. But whenever I'm in the carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it. Are you claiming to have been asleep? It is the motion of the carriage, my lord. Wilton, so it is. And when I opened my eyes again, it was a desperate sight before me. The body of a man I've never laid eyes on before in my life. I ask yous, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. So the blood got onto the gloves then after the man had been killed. Unfortunately, that statement of the driver's is only the beginning. What? That's not all of it? There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaster was fatally stabbed. Oh, they're all rapt at attention. Order, order, order. I love how it's spelled out like that so I know how to say it. When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage, and the witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused. Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will hear testimony from these witnesses first of all. Your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once. Oh my gosh. Why is that guy cold? This is your names and occupations. My name is, well, everyone calls me Beppo. I drive an omnibus in the East End. Bruce Fairplay. I'm a banker in the city. My name's First. Lady First. Oh, I make hats for gents. Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and witness to the aforementioned incident. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Quite right. Yes, sir. That's right, sir. Very well, then. Let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you tell the court precisely what you saw. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing him was sat next to each other inside the bus. Then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife into his guts. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too. A whip? Unambiguous testimony, I must say. Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes. I'd like to ask a question, if I may. Yes, counsel? Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Why not? Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes. Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen the inside of the moving carriage. How quaint. I'd read that civilization, the Eastern Island nation, was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses? Huh? Tell me, my Nipponese friend, have you ever traveled in an omnibus? Well, no. We only arrived in London this morning. No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves. The actual scene of the crime, that is. What do you mean? The actual scene? How? The carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably you understand that much. Yes? The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today, in this very building. Here? What? The entire carriage? Bailiff. Is it a wreck? Bring forth the stricken omnibus. Just pull it in here. That's an omnibus. The omnibus. Can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. Now, as you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. All passengers inside the enclosed cabin and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city's architecture and sights are to be had from the top of an omnibus. Only 8 seats? I should point out to our foreign guests that there's a skylight in the roof, allowing a view of the interior from the seats above. Ah, skylight. Oh. The penny drops at last, I see. Oh, so they were on the bus too, but on top? These 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats of this omnibus when the murder took place. I think, even for people who do live here, they should have stated that way sooner. That is how they came to witness the grim incident. To the skylight. Ugh, that makes perfect sense. Well, counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I've never experienced a crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. I just realized the judge is like Grossberg. Very well, I see no reason why not. This omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence. I haven't looked at the court record yet. I can't believe it, the entire crime scene entered as evidence. Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary. Could help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here. Let me look at everything. No, okay, yeah. Autopsy report. Victim, thrice fired Mason, male, 54, breaker. Stabbed once in the abdomen with a knife while journeying in an omnibus. Died to internal hemorrhaging resulting from the trauma. Crime scene photograph. Okay. What does that say? Or is it just sign nonsense? Is that Japanese? What? It's weird. This is just wallpaper. This is definitely blood, isn't it? Not a pleasant sight to be confronted with on our first day in London. Well, nothing will come rumbling now. No, by the way, is Smith Gilded right-handed? I believe so. He was toying with a coin in his right hand earlier. Ah, pity, if only he'd been left-handed. I think blood on either glove would be fairly incriminating, really. Is there anything inside? Okay, guys. Now I look at this. Oh boy. That is not what I wanted to do. Okay, that's better. Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we? Ugh, the scene of murder. It's horrible. Are we just doing this in the middle of trial? What are the logistics of this? That's blood that's soaked into the seat, the victim's obviously. Yes, and that seat would be clearly visible from the roof deck. Would you really stab someone in full view of the other passengers like that, I wonder? Well, it was after dark, and there was a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight. Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. The seat is a handle, it seems. So, this looks like all sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running. Feeding tubs, tools to repair wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools. So it's a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems. Doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to store their luggage, that's for sure. Well, I'd imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyway. Oh, I didn't want to go all the way back. Ah, that's a poster for the Great Exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, centerpiece of the whole exhibition. Ooh, the Crystal Tower. It's under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event. Okay. That's like foreshadowing. Ah, it's a poster. Oh. Why does the Crystal Tower look like the Eiffel Tower? It's quite a large skylight, isn't it? Yes, quite large enough to afford a good view to the cabin from the roof deck. And there doesn't appear to be a handle or catch of any description. Suppose it can't be opened from inside the cabin at least. We go above. You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin, so I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see it quite clearly. It's not good for us. So this is the roof deck of the omnibus. Oh, you must have a wonderful view of London streets from up here. So people sit up all the way up here on bitter winter nights with cold air rush past them, and they have to pay money to do so? I can't imagine how cold it must feel. That just made me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being dragged around the city in the freezing cold as a punishment? Perhaps that's the real price you paid to stay out late. Anything else? Yay. Gonna be mad if anything else comes up that I didn't notice. Phoenix Fright Omnibus? Are you kidding me? What the heck? Why? That's a really weird Easter egg. Let's just continue with proceedings then. Your cross-examination comes. Pray don't expect this Nipponese stray to understand the intricacies of a British court's cross-examination rights. That's racist. Alright, my first cross-examination in a British court. Focus, Ryunosuke. Focus. At least it's showing yes at everything. Yes, I think it was some time after 10, wasn't it? Oh, yes, sir. That's right, sir, yes. Ever so cold it was, freezing in fact. And you had 4 passengers on board at the time. Is that correct? Yes, that's right, sir. Not all traveling in the same parts of the bus, of course, though, no. And there were no other passengers when the incident took place. No one lighted, for example. You're quite right, sir. Quite right with that, sir. No other passengers like that, no, none. So nobody fled the scene of the crime, then. I have to say, the boss insists on it, and he does, every evening, that last bus of the day. But I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Yes, sorry to say. What do you mean by that? Well, what with it being so cold and everything, I'm only making 20 pence on the run, you see. Yes, I spend that much at the pub on the way home, just trying to warm up again. The victim and the man accused of killing him was sat next to each other inside the bus. And you saw them through the skylight in the roof of the carriage. That's right. When you sit up on the top deck, the window's right there, but at your feet. There was a lamp on inside, so I had a pretty good view. 2 of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out the faces. But there's not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGill did. How can you be so sure? Well, how can I put it politely? Mr. Gilded is a gentleman of rather small stature. Couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else. Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGill. There's no room for doubt here. Ugh, I really wish there was. Then, out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged the knife right into his guts. You actually saw the exact moment it happened? Didn't I already testify to that? Are you a fair dinkum? Hard-working city bankers not considered trustworthy these days. Oh, no, I didn't mean that. It's no good. I really got his back up. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little more detail, if that's... My lord. Juror number 3, what's the meaning of this? My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like the stinking rich. Never have. They're always up to something or other, and they should be. Every one of them. And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Well, he can't fool me. That's what it is. Irish. What? What? There's no point wasting time listening to more of this. That's my opinion on the matter anyway. That's precisely what I was about to say. Whoa! As the foreman of the jury, it's my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors. That's horrible. What is happening here? Let me see. Ah, yes. It seems that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts. The fire? Apparently, yes. White for innocent and black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice, as we saw a moment ago. So if those enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean... Let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen. Ugh, now I'm even more worried than I was before. Very well. The court acknowledges the change in the jury's stance. Counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. This is a nightmare. That's right, it stopped and I screamed at it, couldn't help it. He stabbed him, you say, and you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Yes, that's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. I remember seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. His hat. If he's a hat seller or hat maker, why doesn't his hat fit? Let me look at these people. seems fair play. Lady first. I've been thinking about a new hat design, you see, so I was just gazing absent-mindedly around. But then I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out of his belly, that huge great knife. A grim sight indeed. Didn't help me at all. It sure looks like they're even more convinced my client did it than they were before. That appears to have made everyone even more dubious that McGilda is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions. Mr. First. Oh, yes, sir? This is the knife. You saw one. Oh, good grief. Yes, that's it. The very one, sir. Is that... Yes, Counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart. That is a blade of considerable size, Counselor. It is. And furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. The letter M, what seems oddly familiar. Please, no. M for Magnus, perhaps, or McGilda, possibly. Take your pick. It seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake. But there are M's everywhere. Like, yes, like in Mason. Oh, fancy. This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No, this weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused. Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, Counsel. Murder weapon. Large-ish knife. That's a weird way to put it. My lord, if you'll forgive the interruption. Drawer number 2. Go on. Mr. McGilda is a pillar of society and a gentleman, and a gentleman's word should be sacrosanct. However... Wait, let me look at the knife. That part is the sheath, isn't it? Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, sorry. Yes, I just don't really like blades. Oh, those don't seem like the words of a man with a large katana slung from his waist. That's not a blade, that's Kazuma's soul. Anyway, there's no sense in delaying it. Let's see what the blade looks like. Oof, I sneezed. An ornate letter M. Undeniably Mr. Magnus McGilda's initial. And it's beautifully gilded, too. Must be very valuable, I should think. What is it? Look at this M. If you turn it upside down, it becomes a W. You could change everything. A W? Yes, this is one of those, turnabout cases. I'm sure of it. I'm afraid I don't know at all. But what I am sure of is that this is an N. Oh, whole idea was quickly quashed. Turnabout. Ugh, that looks a lot like blood. It surely is blood. The victim's. Ugh, an Englishman's blood looks a lot like a Japanese man's blood. Do you think it wouldn't? Sorry, it's just that I've only just arrived here in Great Britain. Finding it a little hard to adjust. Yes, I do understand. However, those of us in service know to accept hard truths. Wait, what are you about to do? Dispose of the rubbish. Oh, jeez. No. I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. Oh no. I've painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and just cross-reference all the facts. As such, I am now in position to draw the only logical conclusion. This is horrible. Not again. Give me a second. Ooh. I started sneezing a lot, so I took some allergy medicine. That's 4 out of 6 jury members who proposed a guilty verdict. There are only 2 left. We've got it. Every time I press these witnesses from information, I just make the situation worse. Nevertheless, what we need is more than anything at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark. We'll just have to keep prepping the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may well fly. Mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back. But... alright, I'll keep trying. Can't give... just need to keep calm and listen to witnesses' statements again.
Hold it!
What exactly did you see? Oh, well, sir, that would be the passenger, sir. Yes, collapsed on the floor he was. And by the passenger, obviously you're referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. And the other passenger that had a knife in his hand, like this. And by the other passenger, obviously you're referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGilded. And then he plunged it down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly. What? My lord, I wish to speak. Yes, juror number 5. Do I take it that you too, as the master of the London Guild coachman, the idea of a murder being committed as well as the city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. It wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though, I said to myself. But I've heard enough now. The horse is bolted, as they say. No, please, just keep an open mind. Keep up now, Silver Blaze. The finish is in sight. Jesus. Couple's a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says. Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. This is too unkind, sir. Which now means that 5 jurors agree to condemn this man. Ooh, sorry. Madam Juror number 6. Yes, dear. What can I do for you? You've heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand. Oh yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know. And pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce bleeding? Well dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around this time of day, and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. McGilded Park it's called. The gentleman donated it to the city, you know, to put a smile on Londoners' faces instead. Can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have had it in him to touch another man's life. But with my accents, he's always doing wonderful things for the city. That's right, a man like that wouldn't stab someone, surely. Mother, may we go to the public library later and borrow some more books? How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know? What kind of man Magnus McGilded really is? What kind of man is he? The philanthropist Magnus McGilded has enough wealth to purchase the entire city claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir, and one with the very darkest of souls. What? Stone the crows! McGilded lends money at extortionate rates of interest, so his victims have no hope of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He's a vulture that preys on the weak. I've never heard any mention of that before. Your faculties have deserted you, I'm sure, madam. So has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service? You're not saying that the victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name save a considerable financial liability. It will come as no surprise that his creditor was accused, Magnus McGilded. But let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment date for his debts. Good gracious. The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house. He had not a shilling with which to repay his debts. And in the end, this pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him, his life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus McGild. I don't believe it. If I might add something briefly, Mr. Sato. You claim that the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilded, but where's the evidence to support your claim? Is this wine he's serving himself? Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice in the court of law. Aha, there it is. Lord Van Zeek's hallowed chalice. What? How can this be considered acceptable? But I find myself in unexpectedly good humor. I had heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself. Ah, as judicial assistant to the defense, I am simply doing my job. What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You'll find the victim's name clearly recorded inside. Oh. Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice and toast the enigmatic East at the same time. A marvelous toast, Counsel. I will gladly accept this new evidence. I didn't even read what that said. Ah yes, 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum. Catalog of people who borrowed money from the defendant at a high rate of interest includes the victim who owed 20 guineas. This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of London's gentry. Oh dear, do you really think we ought to look inside? It's not as though we know any of London's gentry personally, is it? Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps. Actually, I wonder. I assure you, we will not find Mr. Sholmes' name inside. Well, let's see what we find. Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off. Ah, goodness! What is it? Look at this. They use the name here. Bruce Fairplay. Should that mean something to me? It does sound strangely familiar, actually. Bruce Fairplay, the witness testifying at this very moment. Oh yes, of course, the banker. Why is his name in here? Ah, he borrowed 20 guineas, did he? And look, the repayment date is fast approaching. It's possible this is just a coincidence, of course, but this could be very useful information. Nice. Is that all I'm getting from this? That's not what I wanted to do. Okay, we're done here. And the accused made quite certain he had ample recompense. Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes. Regrettably, madam, that is the modus operandi of the accused. And it's such a pretty little park, too. What a scoundrel. Still, no Oh, maybe it's all for the best. Ah, wait a minute. Let's think about this a little more before. I don't stand for nonsense. Welp. That was it. The last juror's decision. According to this Encyclopedia of British Law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what this says here. The final verdict. It's over then. Oh. There's a footnote though. Footnote. However, the defense, all 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case. Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision. According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections. Mr. Sato, just tell me one thing. Oh, yes? You were in the middle of saying something before. The footnote in your Encyclopedia of British Law. However, the defense... What did it say next? Oh, yes, of course. One moment. Why'd you go? When the members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. And the footnote says, however, the defense has a right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point. Summation examination?
Objection!
A summation examination. From what century has that tome have there been resurrected? Ah, judging from the binding, I would say that the book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten and certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck. Oh. He keeps raising his arm, man. What even is it, Mr. Sato? This so-called submission examination. Oh, one moment, and I'll read about it. You demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails. Typical Nipponese. Alright, Mr. Naruhodo, I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure we would be able to appeal to the members of the jury. To do what, exactly? Appeal to them to change their leaning and reverse their decisions. And it says here that, if successful, the proceedings of the trials be resumed. Make them reverse their decision. Yes, in times gone by, barristers would use a summation examination to attempt to influence a jury's decision. Is this a real thing? But that procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefit, really, so it's rather fell out of use. I wonder why. Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try in this day and age. Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Submission examination. Our last possible option. Do we assert our right to carry it out, or admit defeat? Well, of course, keep going. The defense, wishes to exert its right to submission examination, my lord.
Objection!
London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried.
Objection!
But if it's our right, it's our right. I believe it can prove vital in this trial. The defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the station examination. This is madness. Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? Eh? Well, I'm not. There was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so... All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision. On what grounds? You must all justify your decisions and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot. This is most irregular. No mention was made of this before. I don't really hold with all this justifying lot. It seems to have thrown the jurors off. It seems none of them have experienced this before. Alright then, the summation examination. Defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for. To turn this trial around. So then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant, Magnus McGilded, guilty of this most serious crime. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. That flower. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. He stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. I've simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion. You trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years. The scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor, it beggars belief. I'm starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now. Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments, though, do they? Well, let's see what we can do. We need to get these 6 people to change their minds. I'll have to throw everything I can at them, use some very persuasive language. Just a moment, Miss Naruhodo. According to my book, that's not quite how it works. Oh, I thought I was going to have to thaw their icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant. Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says. But then, they've reached their conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become. And what on earth am I supposed to do? Oh dear, I'm just citing what I've read about British law, Miss Naruhodo. Right, I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work then? Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your arguments. What do you mean? Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to represent a united front, but the truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together. And that's the way to break them down, you mean? Yes, exactly. Must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says. Let's see if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can, then we contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other. I see, so it's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say that we're looking for. In a way, then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination. Oh, yes, I suppose you're right. I might be able to pull this off. No, that's not right. I have to pull this off. I have to pull this off. Can we stop proceedings, counsel? I would ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal. Yes, my lord. Jury examination. I could barely understand that. The witnesses are behind me. There's no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it had to have been him. I trust the driver's an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers, the fares totaling 20 pence. Ooh, I can press them too? Oh my gosh.
Hold it!
Certainly, the testimonies we've heard suggest the victim and Mr. Gilda were alone in the carriage. Precisely my point. But, could there be some other explanation? Something we haven't considered yet? Such as? Well, perhaps that's something we could, work out together now. Now, listen here. Maybe you don't know how things work around here because you're from foreign climes. We're here to form our opinions as individuals, and I have. Ugh. Oh dear, he doesn't appear to be in the mood to consider an alternative point of view, does he? No, I'm gonna have to pit the jurors against one another, like Susato-san said. Any contradiction to 6 people's assertion is the only way I'm gonna succeed.
Hold it!
But does his ability to recall that his takings that night really tell us how trustworthy the man is? I manage all his lordship's cash affairs, so I'm very particular when it comes to accounts. I see. A single pet can mean the difference between life and death after all, can't it? That's a saying in your country? My point is, the man who minds his figures is a man you can trust. Those of us in service would swear to that, sir. Does that bench really need any more polishing? So if the good driver says that he saw Mr. McGill in the act, I don't doubt him. The only task left to do today is disposing of the rubbish. Now, wait a minute. One of the other jurors mentioned something about money, they think. Now would be a very good time to listen carefully to the jurors' statements again, Mr. Naruhodo. If there was an inconsistency in what 2 different jurors are saying, I should expose it by pitting them against each other. Yes, let's see if I can do just that.
Hold it!
Careful, you could hurt somebody with that. You're a fine one to talk. What sort of sword hanging from your waist, huh? What sword hanging from your waist? Oh no, that's just my battered soul. Well, anyway, I despise anyone with too much money. They're all the same, all stabbing some brickmaker or other behind the scenes, you mark my words. That seems very unlikely, doesn't it? Are you mad, man? We know that small shorty is a rotten Shylock. Well, yes, that does seem to be the case, but... Mr. Naruhodo, please careful what you say. He's been trying to squeeze money out of us less fortunate, and as far as I'm concerned... He's guilty as sin. Man can hang. He got his sleeve stuck. Come to think of it, didn't all the other jurors have something to say about the defendant's underhanded activities? If you thought of something, Mr. Naruhodo, don't let it go. Test a theory. Pick the 2 jurors whose statements seem to be contradictory against each other. A time like the present, use R to pit them against each other, or I'll never get anywhere.
Hold it!
What have you been doing all this time? What have you been doing all this time? There. I should have thought it was obvious. I'm recording everything and takes place as part of these proceedings. And what have you learned from that? For example, at this moment in time, the judge has used this gavel 11 times in total. The prosecution has snorted derisively at your remarks 7 times in total. And I might add, each time you have gulped like a simpleton. Thank you. And what's the point exactly? So anyway, madam, are you able to explain why you think the defendant is guilty? That is a conclusion I've drawn as a result of the copious notes I have typed. Clearly, but I'm asking you to explain why you've drawn that conclusion. Please don't distract me. It makes me extremely hard to concentrate on my note-keeping. This is going nowhere. You can trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices in over. Okay. That's how much it costs to take the omnibus? That's right. As the guild master, I decided to set the policy for all the drivers across the city. One fare no matter which bus you take or how far you're going. We have to compete with the rise of the motor car, you see. Us coachmen have to make a stand together. Motor car, you say? Yes, and this murder is one of our buses. It's extremely damaging to our cause. It's beyond the pale. It'll lead to a decline in passengers, you mark my words. And it's all that rascal's fault. He has to pay. Is it the crime or his boss he's more worried about? Anyway, I remember the guild is reliable and trustworthy. So the driver says he saw him do it, that fellow in the dock is as guilty as sin.
Hold it!
I really think you should stop waving the needle around. You heard what the good coachman said before, didn't you? That hideous man stabbed the poor fellow, just like this. Yes, that is what he said, you're right. The Gilded Park is such a lovely little place too. I've always enjoyed resting my legs there while I get on with my knitting. I thought that anyone who donated such a delightful place must be a fine fellow indeed. Suppose I was wrong. Well, I would have thought he was a miserable murdering moneylender with not a scrap of remorse. Oh, help. She sure can be that he's guilty now. The old lady certainly seems to know her mind, doesn't she? So we just need to find two jurors with contradictory statements and pit them against each other. Which is so much easier said than done. Is that perhaps what you were just thinking? How did you know? Well, I took the liberty of doing some research in case you happen to find yourself in just such a situation. Shall I read to you what I found out? It's a little long, I'm afraid. No. Is she gonna tell me the answer? I have to rely on advice from the start. How will I get on later? No, I need to work this out for myself now. Is that perhaps what you were just thinking? How'd you know? Well, that's old attitude. It's most admirable, Mr. Naruhodo. You know what I have to do. Let's listen to those assertions one more time.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. They do? Explain yourself, counsel. Me? Oh dear, what have I said? I swear on Silvermane, Blaze's mane and name. I haven't the first idea what you're talking about. According to the group testimony we've heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus in the night in question. And according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pence in fares. Quite right, I do have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me. And Journal 5 also told us the following. Fare of the for the omnibus is always 4 pence. And thus it is. Fair and convenient single price. Just the way London's carriages should be operated. That doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why, man, why? 4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication... It would be 16 pence. That's exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. Or precisely 1 person's fare. 1 person's fare? Yes, in other words, on the omnibus that night. It's distinctly possible. There was another passenger we've heard nothing about. Good gracious. Why am I pointing at her? This can't be right. The coachmen of the guild are good, honest men. All in all, trustworthiness is our watchword. The figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy. I beg your pardon? Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he let nefarious characters ride his omnibus. Alright then, how do I make it so this miserable trial doesn't end? According to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire into the innocent side with a set of scales. Now hold the horses there, coachman. We were all in agreement. Why do you have to go on? So, wait till I get my hands on you, Beppo. Oh yeah. This is all very irritating. Begging your pardon, sir. I'm going to do the same. brother, Mike. Now you as well. Not you as well. Penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters. Oh, really? I, for one, think it's improper that we hear from the witnesses again. Oh, well done, Miss Naruhodo, you did. If you manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, we can force the trial to continue. 2 more, actually. There is something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions. Then that's what we must strike next. We have to pit 2 more jurors against each other and show there's another contradiction in their assertions. Exactly. You can do it. Well, the scales of justice have shifted, but they still weigh heavy on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination. I'm changing my name to innocent. I should like to hear what the shipshod bookkeeper has to say for himself. The trial has to continue so I can get out the bottom of this corruption. Not guilty, I say.
Objection!
What? Explain, counsel, post haste. Oh, dear me. He's only knitting a jumper for my other half. There's all this claptrap. What does contradictory mean, I ask you? You've heard from more than one witness that they allegedly saw the actual moment the defendant stabbed the victim. Out of curiosity, juror number 3. What? Can't you see I'm busy here? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? Want to test me, do you? It was like this. Stuck a fellow next to him without even getting up, just like the prim banker said. Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony. Quite true. Now then, juror number 6. Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do for a young man? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam? Oh, well, dear, as far as I understand it. It was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so. Now, don't move. Take a look at these 2 jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. Why, never. They're stabbing totally different directions. What? Bless my stitches. What a muddle. This tells us that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. Oh. But why? Why dickens would they lie? I don't know that yet. What I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience? Lies, you say? Oh, dear me. I can't abide people telling lies. The scales. I don't believe it. Right. Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you. You cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on us all. If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this? Answer me this, Doc Jinx. Huh? Me? What exactly is the problem? What of it if 2 witnesses have slightly different recollection of events? What of it? Let's say the Shylock did stab the victim as he was sat next to the omnibus, and this young dandy saw him do it. And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor, and then the Shylock stabbed him again, and this old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that, hmm? What are you calling a dandy, sir? Why, I should take this knife to you. What are you calling old? Why, I should take this needle to you. Ugh, they're ready to kill each other now. Look at the form of the jury be right. Oh, there's only 1 stab, right? Abdomen. two witnesses see two different moments of the same crime. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman. What is it, you duck jinx? Come on, out with it. What you're suggesting is impossible. Let's answer the question. Oh, it's probably the picture. Yeah, the knife was left in there. What are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? You do realize that I'm only doing my job. As foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. I see the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. Now, if that's out of the question, show me proof. Looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is presenting with something he can't dismiss. As you wish. What? I'll give you the proof. To how the question is the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime, as proven by...
Take that!
This clear piece of evidence. Well, Mr. Foreman, I got it wrong. Do you know what to say about me, young man? See, I've got no powers of persuasion. Oh, I see. I'm sorry to hear that. But no one will need persuading about this. You're even worse than me. Ugh. Two different moments, in other words. The victim was stabbed 2 times. Ah, but we have evidence that clearly contradicts that possibility. That's what the picture is for. Well, it says it in the... Why does it say it in the tiny box but not in here? Oh wait, no, Stab once, never mind. I glossed over it saying once, even though I tried to read that several times.
Take that!
This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen only once. Hey, only once? It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely 1 time. Which means the witnesses... Howdy, howdy. How you doing? Which means the witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen 2 different times. How you doing, Sukato? Alright, I concede defeat. Yay. I'm alright, though this is like a lot of reading. My throat's like dry or something. But other than that, I'm fine. Wait, that means forgers are now leaning to not guilty. We've done it, Mr. Naruhodo. We won! Not quite. What are you playing at, you dandy fool? Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me. But we had a consensus. I said shut your trap. I ain't no liar when I see one. If that chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor-sharp blade and shave every last hair off his head. Please tell me he's a barber. Well, a quite remarkable turn of events. The defense's summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The juror now stands at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority among the jurors for me to adjudicate, and the trial must continue. I'm just going through this game for the first time. I've had it for a while, but I wanted to stream it, so it took me some time to play it. I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places, and I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth. So it's like an intermission of a trial, having to do that. So, Lord and Zeeks, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please. He drank what was who he had before in the meantime. Oh my god. Having savored the rich aroma of the carmine contents of the hallowed chalice. It may seem crass to crush it to dust, Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks. Is it cold in here, or is it just me? As your antiquated tone no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination. So I honor the deathly silence and listen to the tirade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Well, no matter. There is nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth, it would seem. No, and why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. Why is he a vampire? Wow, he threw away his cloak. Bring forth the witnesses once more. Oh boy. That's military attire, I think. Witnesses. I trust you heard the summation examination you have just had to endure. Oh yes, sir, that I did, sir. Of course I heard. Oh yes, sir, I heard it. You, sir, on the end, the coachman. I believe it's Beppo. Yes, sir. My lord, sir. It transpires that in your previous testimony, you were attempting to veil the presence of a fifth passenger on your omnibus. You will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir. Oh mio Dio. Now then, witnesses, I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. You will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination. Hey, I only carried 4 passengers that night. I swear it, but, well, I, for one, was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. He fiddled us on the fare, he did. Then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much. I tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands. Oh yes, he stabbed him, he did. I think so, yes. Oops. Counsel, make sense of this for me, please. The phantom fifth passenger conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little wozenage. Beppo, explain yourself. I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster. Oh, he'll open his eyes. The guild's fare is 4 pence across the board. You know that. Might understand you've been overcharged your passengers by a penny a fare. It's so cold, and the last run's day is always half empty. You have been dishonest, coachman. I'm sorry. You're a disgrace, Beppo, a disgrace. And your selfish actions have been brought with dishonor on the entire guild. If I may, sir, I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week. What? 4 passengers at 5 pence each is, 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently. No, that figures. Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings had already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, cross-examination if you please. We've already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games. Absolutely. I'm so nervous.
Hold it!
So, there were only 4 passengers on your carriage, but you didn't charge them the standard 4 pence fare. Is that right? It's impossible to make the last run of the day. I was so cold, it was all I could do to stop myself passing out. I'm getting chilblains just listening to you. It's terrible how I want to give myself a pat on the back for even keeping the bus run. Why is he so cold? Doesn't a dedicated coachman deserve an extra penny per passenger? You're digging a deeper hole for yourself here. If only there'd been a 5th passenger on the omnibus that night, then we would have another suspect. I, for one, was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. Does that mean everyone on board that night paid 5 pence instead of 4? Well, I paid 5 pence too, sir. And I just told you that I did. A flat fare, 5 pence across the board. It's not something to be proud of. The so-called discrepancy my learned friend identified was nothing of the sort. Much like the phantom killer you so desperately needed. It's gone, dead and buried. I'd have been happy if it had ever existed in the first place. He filled us on the fare, he did. And then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much. This blood-curdling sight? You mean the murder, I presume? Yes, sir. A loathsome sight. No one should have to witness the horror in the eyes of a man the moment his life is taken. Oh, well, not exactly, sir. I mean, I didn't actually see the exact moment the gent was stabbed. Good gracious, really? We have another witness who did, however. The banker has already testified to it. But Mr. First didn't actually see the point at which the victim was killed. That may turn out to be very significant. I heard the banker gent next to me take a sharp intake of breath, see? That's when I looked through the glass. That's when I saw that horrible blade poking out from his belly, all covered in blood. Every time I see a knife now, I can't help screaming, even while I'm eating. I tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands. I don't even know how to keep a consistent, accent for that man. I keep changing it, I think. So you saw the defendant, Mr. McGilded. There are so many characters. Stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him. That's what I said, isn't it? Now I made him Scottish for a moment. It was bothering me before, this was. For just a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question. It was probably this guy, but I don't know how. Because earlier we found out that he owed the defendant too. So the victim owed the defendant money, but so did this guy, and he happened to witness that supposedly. So I think he did it, but I don't know how. Anyway, there was only one of the two of them inside the carriage, wasn't there? There's been much talk of a fifth passenger, but as yet, zero evidence. If it's not him, then it's whoever that fifth person could have somehow been, hiding under the seat. Then what are we wasting all this time for, eh? It's black and white. The man's guilty. Something about Mr. Fairley's testimony just jars with me. Wish I could work out what it was. Okay, that's pretty blatant telling me that there's a contradiction there, but what? Earlier, you testified you saw the moment the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Oh yes, that's right. You said the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding the knife in an ice-pick grip. I suppose. I might have, yes. Put the cart before the horse, maybe. What's this? Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream from the seats on the roof deck. Oh, I expect that was me, sir. Well, when I turned around, yes, I saw it through the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor, and the knife was sticking up out of his midriff. That's right, yes, and the fellow holding the handle was the famous man, yes. So in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all. I really thought that I did, but when I go over it again in my head, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of the stabbing, did I? Oh, how do I do this again? In fact, now I come to think of it, do I have to Go through it twice? It must have already happened when I heard the scream. Oh, of course. That goes without saying. But I really wish he had said it earlier. The autopsy report makes it quite clear that the victim was stabbed only once. Which means... the banker was witness to the fatal wound that ended Mr. Mason's life. Hang on. I did not digest some of that. Not long ago, this trial very nearly came to an end. Somehow we managed to keep our chances alive here. Can't waste this cross-examination. Have to use it to bring some new facts to light. If you're not careful when you press these witnesses, danger is that the jury will end up believing something unhelpful as they did before. Maybe, but we can't let the fear of that happening stop us from uncovering important new information. Yes, you're right. You're so right. Need to pay careful attention here. I don't want to miss even a flicker of a reaction amongst the witnesses. Remember, if you happen to spot one of the witnesses reacting in a strange way, don't hesitate to pursue them as to the reason. Yeah, I don't remember how to do that though. Let's see.
Hold it!
Oh, do I click here on the little thing? Is it? Ah, okay, there we go.
Excuse me!
Excuse me. You have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? No, you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. He didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Eh? Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. Might be able to extract some new information from him if we answer him cleverly. Could he just happen to see the exact moment the crime was committed? Some days are like that? What? What happens if I say that? Well, I suppose some days are like that. Sooner or later you'll see something you wished you hadn't. You're always peeping through a skylight on the top of an omnibus. Peeping? I'm a respectable city banker, have you know? And I know what I saw. I remember it as clear as Ballarat Day. It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, excuse me if I was getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord. I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what you saw. Oh, I can do that all right. I'll tell you just how grim it was. Do you think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after the butcher stabbed the man? Got you.
Hold it!
I know what to do. Blood-soaked? Well, perhaps soaked is laying out a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. And you saw that from the roof, through the skylight. Well, the skylight's reasonably large, so I had a pretty good view. There was amp on the inside of the carriage as well, so I'm quite sure of what I saw. This banker's latest statement. I feel sure there's something not quite right about it. When you feel something doesn't add up, Miss Naruhodo. Yeah. That's when you have a good look through the court record. Yeah, I know. No, not this again. Yes, I get it. Let me get back to it. There we go. That's hardly blood-soaked.
Objection!
Blood-soaked. Hands? Well, I admit that soaked might be laying a little thick. But anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. What? Here, the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGill did on the night in question. Oh, yes, right. And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain there, but as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. Is he eating his cane? In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent. But no, that can't be right. So you're the liar here, then? That's right, you were quite clear about it. You said it was both hands. Oh, I thought he was like pulling on his mustache so hard that he was stretching it out, but it was also his cane. Mr. Fairplay, that statement was a lie. It calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth?
Objection!
It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't both hands, it was only one, but the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused. No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated he saw blood all over both hands, which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Why? I'm a city banker, for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. A gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding members of society don't prevaricate. He's claiming to have no reason to lie, but is that really the case? It's Naruhodo. We had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying. It could turn the tide in this trial completely. Something shows this man had a compelling reason to lie in his testimony. I have evidence, actually. My lord. Yes, counsel? The defense is ready to present evidence. By Jove, are you sure? Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had reason to lie in his testimony. Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates motive for the witness's alleged deception of the court. No. Wait, do I have to present exactly the thing? I got it wrong before because I didn't do that. Okay, no, it's not even an option here.
Take that!
This is a list of the debtors who owe money Mr. McGill did. Yes, a list of innocent victims, crippled by accused extortion. The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? No, well, it's barely worth being called a debt. According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say? Well, what's that? Let's suppose Mr. McGill were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case? These documents state that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist. Cease to exist? Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claim in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw, in a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant? Okay, see, that's why maybe he didn't do it. He might just be trying to get rid of his debt. But I don't know. Order! There, my voice. Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Yes, my lord. Let me ask you again. And be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you or did you not see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust the knife into the victim. Yes, I know. Stop beating your cane. Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. Alright, now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch. A pinch? But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on the gilded hands. Both of them. And yet only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained. So you keep saying. I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir. Go ahead, Mr. First. Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself as it happens. Seeing what? The blood, sir, on your assailant's hands. I think, yes. I'm almost sure it was on both of his hands, not just one. What? What? It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all you witnesses. This time I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. If I make myself perfectly clear. Mr. Naruhodo, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last. Yes. I might finally have a chance to turn things around here. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself. No, not until I heard the scream. Anyway, the fact remains. There can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we all would have seen. Well, lo and behold, in truth of fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was nothing else inside the carriage, and the man's hands are covered in blood. How much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying we saw the man do it? That's really not what testimony is about. Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witness's accounts. In other words, there's no substantial, no significant change in the facts of this case. Very well. Your cross-examination, please, counsel. Yes, my lord. No, the evidence tells us otherwise. We have the gloves the defendant was wearing on the night in question in the court record. I'm aware of that, sir, but nevertheless, I know what I saw and I stand by it. The man had blood on both of his hands. He's defiant, even in the face of hard evidence. He's steadfastly refusing to admit he might be mistaken about what he saw. But why? Your reasoning is dire. One hand or two, the salient point remains unchanged. Minutes after the grim crime, the victim's blood dripped guiltily from the accused's fingers.
Hold it!
Don't try to downplay this. Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime is a matter of fundamental importance, as you well know. But for crying out loud, we all know no one else could possibly have done it. It was just trying to save us all some time. You have a loan of 20 guineas outstanding with the defendant, do you not? How do you hope to release yourself from that financial burden? By ensuring the defendant was found guilty? It's entirely not what I was hoping for. Look, I just lost a little guinea, or 10, when I was back the wrong horse in the derby, that's all. I was gonna win it all back. There's a fixture this weekend, that's a sure thing. A little guinea or 10? I'm a banker. No one bats an eye if I borrow a little spending money for the weekend. I think you may have revealed rather more about your character than you bargained for, sir. This witness's scruples are not on trial here. Proceed to the next witness. Is that really how it's supposed to work? I remember seeing a knife, and I remember seeing both the attacker's hands with blood on them. You definitely saw that too? Blood on both hands? Yes, sir. I mean, I know what you're going to say. Only one of Mr. Gilded's gloves have any sign of blood on it. That's right. The thing is, as far as I remember, sir, when I looked down and saw Mr. McGilded sitting beside the other fellow, I don't believe he was wearing any gloves, sir. He wasn't wearing these gloves? That's correct, sir. And I saw the blood on both his bare hands quite clearly. It's true the dark-colored stand of dark leather gloves wouldn't have been easy to see. I should point out that the police officer who apprehended the accused on the night in question reported that there was no trace of blood on Mr. McGilded's gloved hands. There wasn't blood on his hands? This is puzzling indeed. This must be significant somehow, I'm sure of it. Yeah, I'm not reading that again. You didn't see anything? Oh yes, sir. That is to say, no, sir, I didn't. Very sorry about what I said before, sir. Very sorry, yes. It was very wrong of me to make up stories and say I saw him stab the man. Wouldn't you agree, sir? I know what you're insinuating, but I certainly wasn't making up stories. Still, to say you saw nothing isn't right either, is it? No, sir, I saw nothing at all. Mr. Beppo, you were driving your horses. At the very least, you must have enjoyed a good view of London streets, no? Oh, please. You didn't even see that? It was so cold that night, you see. It was all I could do to keep from passing out, sir. Yes, my head was fairly frozen solid, sorry to say, sir. Yeah. It would seem prudent to avoid travel on the last omnibus service of London's cold winter nights. Beppo. I think I know what they're getting at least. And everything you saw of the incident was through the skylight of the roof of the omnibus. That's right, it was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over. Oh yes, I remember I was shivering, it was so bitter. Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you was sitting on the roof deck in the first place. Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Oh, why not? Wait, why does it read that in British accent? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It was locked? That's right. It's a public bus service for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play. Yes, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up on the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below. Well, I can assure you, I wasn't just looking down, I was glaring, long and hard. That's precisely what I tell you with absolute confidence. That if there was anyone else at all in that cabin, well, I would have noticed. Unequivocal, I would say. I'm not sure about these two witnesses. Could they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight? Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You're riding the omnibus, this omnibus. And you witness the events in the cabin through the skylight and the floor on the upper deck, is that right? That's right, yes. In that case... There is a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from there. What? By golly, really? Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure, but the possibility cannot be denied. At the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nipponese friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here in the flesh. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's demand. A little diagram. You will identify the area of this cross-sectional plan of the omnibus. Where exactly in the omnibus are you suggesting that this potential extra passenger could have been situated? I don't quite get the orientation, but I think it's here, right? Probably eventually, if they keep it up. Both rows of seats on the roof face the direction of travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other. At least the people with gloves who are slamming the desk can hide it. Which means the visible part of the cabin, which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight, is as I've drawn here. Oh, that's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite the one on which the victim and his attacker was sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it.
Objection!
It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese have a forbidden habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you are able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude. Can you, Mr. Naruhodo? I honestly don't know. Who could it have been? Who could have been the other seat, which was out of sight from the witnesses on the roof deck? Could it be a juror? That would be wild. Can I see the jurors? Or are they not related? Yeah, I don't think I can see the jurors. Let me just say that. I understand, my lord. The defense would like to put forward a name. I probably should not have done that. You are a fool. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lessons not yet learnt. Should have read that. This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for to turn the trial in my favor. On that night, on the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin that was obscured from view was... Oh dear. Oh!
Take that!
Got it. Passenger in an enclosed cabin that the witness on the roof deck failed to see. Has to have been Mr. Magnus McGilded. Mr. McGilded? What are you talking about, counsel? That's the name of the defendant.
Objection!
He just threw that away. If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hallowed chalice, do forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks. People talked of those tiny island nations in the Far East as having a learning and culture of their own. Yeah, and this is the second one he's already done that to. But I see they use the terms ill-advisedly. What are you trying to say? Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to the fact. It's the very premise on which this case is built. But that premise may be wrong. What? The victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded. Creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way. What inconsistency, counsel? The defendant's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claimed that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim. You have to win the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains. The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance. Yes, the testimony remains unchanged. Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify. And the victim's blood was on that passenger's hands, both of them. And who was this third party? I don't know. Obviously, the true culprit. Extraordinary. Order, order, order. What exactly are you postulating?
Objection!
The defense's postulation is just that, nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused. But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats and couldn't exactly make out their faces. Yes. The tops of the heads were skewed by the roof. I could only see the rest of them, though. Yes, that's right. Both gents were most certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to notice such things, sir. And what particular styles of hat did the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First? Don't tell me he didn't... He doesn't know. I'm afraid I don't remember. And you call yourself a hatter. The style of hat makes no difference. There was no third party in that cabin. How can you be so sure? Because if there had been, the accused Mr. McGilded would undoubtedly have offered to depose the fact. Unless that it is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation. The accused failed even to notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled. Ah. He's right. If there was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus, it's inconceivable Mr. McGild would have been unaware of it. Order! There is clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused, Mr. McGilded, to the stand. Well, what say you, counsel? The prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? As a suspect, he will have already been made full statement to the police. But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely? Magnus McGilded is no uneducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out that the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been a most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion? My lord, should we ask Mr. McGilded to testify or not? We keep this going. That's how these games roll. Don't stop no matter what. Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. Why are you raising your hand? The defense would like to call Mr. McGilded to the stand. In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Yes, I need a little time to consider this. If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGilded has to say. Get the man out here, I say. It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony. When something needs done, when something needs doing, get done. That's how I run things up the guild. And what the patron of my favorite little park has to say? Oh yes, that would be lovely. Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. Yeah, they made the choice for you. Very well. The court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once. Where is he, anyway? It's always been weird to me in these games, they don't show the defendant there at all times, only when it's convenient. I don't even understand what's up with that. Now maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear. Let proceedings be resumed. I was so worried there'd be a to be continued, which would mean there was a huge chunk more, but nope, just kept going. Mr. McGilded, have you been listening to the discourse of the day? I don't remember what voice I gave Gilded. To share I have, my lord. There are now two matters in which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin, as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal that fact from the police? Begad, no, 'tis not in my nature to hide anything at all. Just answer the questions, please. The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell you all to keep me mouth shut? Tell us what, Mr. McGilded? The fine fellow representing me is about absolutely right. In the carriage on the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger. It's true. Aye, and 'twas me who helped the little urchin get away after all that happened. You... What? Why are you telling me this now? Oh my god, that's awful. No, Magnus McGilded, that convenient excuse can't save you now. I'm truly sorry, so I am, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken in by the police. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you. Which was? Well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, and not in any way involved, you see. What? If the police had known the wee one was there, they'd have assumed she'd done it. They'd have hauled her into this here courtroom just like myself. I was only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord. And who was this young child of whom you speak? That I don't know. You don't know? Aye, well, the wee thing just happened to be in the carriage that night. I never saw her before or since. We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witness's statement to be disregarded by the court. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings. What? Who's it? Excuse me? Ah, smoke! Ah, fire! There's a fire! Look, someone's trying to get away. After them, no use. I can't see anything through the smoke. Oh god. What is going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Cover your face. Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. I hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom. Oh my god. It is going to go into it to be continued. We were hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff. Amid scenes of chaos as people stumbled over one another into desperation to flee a chamber. That was not what I expected to happen at all. We had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that, for the time being at least, the trial was suspended. Oh my god. There it is. Whatever's happening there? Mr. Naruhodo, I've managed to find out what happened. Mr. Sato, I was told it was an advanced form of smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke. Smoke grenade? It sounds like the sort of thing ninjas use. They're just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long. But who would have done something like that? The police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently. Flee the courtroom? Why? Well, It's a young girl of around 15, I hear. Young girl? I mean, could it be the other passenger Mr. McGilded was just talking about? My thoughts exactly. So he wasn't lying. Oh, what's become of Mr. McGilded, actually? There's so many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here. I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer questions, along with the young girl. Who is she, I wonder? And what was she even doing here at the trial? She was taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit to herself? There's another matter that's troubling me. What's that? The 20 pence. Hmm? Oh, according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 4 passengers that night at a fare of 5 pence each. That comes to a total of 20 pence exactly. And now it seems there were in fact 5 passengers, which means the figures don't seem to add up again. She's right. That is strange. It's not strange, we examined the thing, and I know exactly what happened. Counsel for the defense, kindly proceed into the courtroom. Trial will recommence in 5 minutes. Oh, thank you, officer. We'll go in straight away. Well, whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. I really can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial. We'll know soon enough, Mr. Sato. Yes. Oh boy. She a train conductor? There's the young Mr. McGilded, look. She must have been the one who carried the caused the disturbance before. Well, after that, rather than recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. McGilded. Now then, Lord Van Zeeks. My lord. I believe you established the cause of the smoke which veiled proceedings earlier. Seems to be an advanced form of smoke grenade, of the sort typically employed by the army. Good gracious, the army? What in the devil's name? It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery, but she was caught. Literally, if she had been more discreet about it, she could have gotten away easily. And now occupies the stand. Your name, girl. Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which induced such pandemonium here in my courtroom? What is the meaning of this deplorable behavior? If I may, my lord. Yes, Mr. McGilded. I think perhaps I ought to explain here. Why, it is that this wee lass here was here in the first place, and why she tried to bolt like that. It is all tied up with the events of that night, so it is. Very well, Mr. McGilded. Give your testimony. We'll explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in the case. Just what did happen that night? It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded it off. Then Bikora, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me. And I turned to find out where the scream come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. What? That makes it look like the victim attacked her. I remained somewhat baffled, I confess, but from what I gather on the night in question, this young girl was indeed riding in the omnibus, is that correct? It is exactly as the defense counsel said. This lass was the 5th passenger, my lord. Very well. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Are you ready, counsel? Yes, my lord. Or rather, no. I have no idea where to start. Let's just press everything. One by one, we'll get there.
Hold it!
And when you first got on the omnibus, were there any other passengers already on board? There were not. The cabin was empty and there was no one on the roof deck either. You're the first passenger, as it were. I see. Aye, and that's why I took the backside as I did. 'Tis the most comfortable, so it is. Could you explain exactly what you mean by the backseat? Well, means 'tis how you already described it earlier. I'm talking about the seat opposite of the one in which the poor gentleman who stabbed was sitting. Like I said, 'tis the most comfortable and where I feel most at ease. And of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight from time to time as well.
Hold it!
A loud thud, you say? And a scream? Aye, that's right. How can I explain? It was like the sound of someone falling into the ground. That sort of noise. Do you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling on the floor, having been stabbed? Well now, you'll remember I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. And when the sound woke me up, I opened my eyes. There wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage, but I fell on the floor. You didn't see anyone, but at the same moment you did hear a scream. Oh, from the seats above you on the roof deck, I presume. Not above me, no, my lord. 'Twas from the inside the cabin. But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No, I was too stunned by a desperate sight before me eyes.
Hold it!
You set him up? The victim, you mean? That I did, on the seat across from me, as I said. Could plainly see the poor devil was already gone. And you wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? 'Tis common courtesy, so 'tis. I find that a little hard to believe. Ah, Lord Van Zeeks, now why would that be? You wake to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage. Any normal person would hail the cabman. Any upstanding member of London society, that is. Well now, as you know, I'm in something of a special line of business. The business of lending money at exorbitant rates of interest. Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone's thankful for the help I offer them, and some would even see me dead. So I do try, where at all possible, to avoid getting myself in a tangle with trouble. Are you suggesting you were just going to leave the man there? Heavens alive, no. I was always intending to report, so I was. Only I had a mind to find out whys and wherefores first. The whys and wherefores? Right you are. There were some details I wanted to understand before anyone else got to meddling. That wee scream I heard, for example. Wouldn't your good self do just the same? Yes. Screamy says he heard at the same time as the thud of the victim collapsing. I was gonna say, is the girl even there? But yeah, right there on the right side. Just some of her clothes. Probably her arm or something.
Hold it!
I'm afraid I don't understand. Sure you told the court there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim. So I did, sir, so I did. As far as I could see, that it is. What do you mean by that? Well now, it's a queer thing. The wee scream I heard as I woke up, it came from, if you'll excuse the vulgar expression, under me backside. Good gracious. Under your backside? And when I lifted the seat on which I'd been sitting, I found there was a wee cubbyhole there for storage. Mr. Naruhodo, we can examine the omnibus ourselves, remember? Yes, of course, the whole bus was submitted as evidence. This would be a very good time to have a thorough look around inside. Will we find anything new? Because I already did this. Oh, it's new dialogue, so I can't skip it. See, it looks reasonably soft, but it's actually rather hard when you sit on it. And only just wide enough for two gentlemen to sit side by side, really. Of course, an English gentlewoman will be dressed in such finery. It would be quite impossible for her to climb up in the roof deck, so she would have to be seated in here. A woman in a kimono would have the same problem. Women's clothes are very impractical, aren't they? But That's not what I was checking. Okay, so this isn't new. Wait! Damn it. Did not mean to do that. Like, last time I checked there was a bunch of stuff. Did I just have the camera angle wrong now, or did it all go away? No, not that. It's gone. The storage compartment, but there's nothing in here. It's totally empty. Something doesn't seem right here, but I can't put my finger on what it is. Yeah, it's the fact that we checked this earlier, and there was stuff there. There's no handle here. Huh? Oh, she took stuff from there. I see enough. Let's back outside. She suddenly took something from there. And the smoke bomb. That's when I found her. There was a child in there all cuddled up in a wire. You read this already. You said she was hiding herself. Aye, that's right. It was hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball. When our eyes met, well, you happily stopped beating in my chest. Ooh, you're really overacting this. Still in all, I pulled her out from under there and sat her on her head on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chin wag with her. Seat opposite. That's right, just next to the dead gentleman there. Who's this young girl next to a corpse, sir? Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, a gentleman in my position can all too often find himself in mortal danger. So, I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see. And while I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream, a fellow's voice this time. Presumably that scream was Mr. First, who was sitting on the roof deck seats. Right jaw again, I would say, sir. Looking down through the skylight, he must have seen this young girl and the gentleman with his knife in his belly. In other words, the previous witnesses did not in fact see you at all, Mr. McGilden. What they believed to be yourself and the victim was in fact this girl and the late Mr. Mason. My lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat at the back of the carriage out of sight. Would have thought then would have objected to that. It is certainly plausible. But this is somewhat diminutive in stature, and readily confused perhaps with this young girl. After that, of course, with the screams from the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses. Thank you, I've heard enough. The events as explained are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is the girl? Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancer, earns her crust among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. Thief. It's commonly called a pickpocket. What? Is it here? Petty thief. Order! Order! Is this true, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question. Ah, she shot him. How dare you? What is the meaning of this? She ran away? Oh, the girl, she's gone. Open your eyes. I'm over here. Good gracious, how? Okay, I thought she ran away. What was the point of that little sidestep? I know what your lot are thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. This dirty little dipper, I'll say, slipped up and got caught on the job. She got herself back into a corner, so she knifed the gent. Go on, that's what's in your head, isn't it? No, not at all. This is a court of law. We're here to determine the truth, not cast. Look, knives are for cowards. Only thugs use weapons like that. All I'm needed for is what I do is these fingers. I'm a professional, alright? Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do. Let me guess, you don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs? Oh, this? Yeah. This was in a bag I lifted the other day, down where I keep both four-wheel drags. It's nice, isn't it? I like the pink best. Ugh, do not wave that thing in my direction again. So, you admit that you were riding the omnibus on the night in question. It's alright, lass. You can tell him the truth. Alright, yeah. It's just like the Irishman said. The court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lestrade. Gina Lestrade, Lestrade. Jean Lestrade? These names are always puns, but I don't know what it is here. Maybe because she's strayed? From the path of righteousness or whatever? As a valid and significant witness in this case. Accordingly, young lady, we will now hear your testimony, if you please. You will tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question. Alright, if I have to. So I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always. But it was a right old waste of time. Got nothing to show for me troubles that night. I tell you, I can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. Then after a while, I hear this loud bang. Nearly jumped out of my skin, I did. And the scream just came out. Just because of that, this swell found me. He did help me get away, mind. Yes, he let you go. I fail to understand why you would let this street urchin go, Mr. McGilden. Oh, 'tis simplicity itself, my lord. You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact. How? You were sitting on her seat. She couldn't get out. As I'm sure I said before, sir. I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself. I think a demonstration is called for. This is where I was sat that night. And the cubbyhole of which you have spoken is underneath the seat, I presume. Yes, it does appear just large enough to accommodate someone of this good stature. Aye, but of course, the wee lass was stuck in there. Because I parked myself on the seat for the duration. Oh. So you see, that's why I left the last boat. I knew that if the police found her there, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. I couldn't live with myself if a young life was ruined when all the time I knew she was innocent. Even though you must have realized your action results in your own innocence being called into question. Not at all, my lord, not at all. I knew in my own heart I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt on my own good name for the sake of this less fortunate lass. My goodness, what a perfect gentleman. My lord, this fine example of a man cannot possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this. I'm ashamed of myself for ever taught you, sir. Who's missing? Oh, her. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at truth every time. Oh. Does that mean we win? Or does the prosecution get to do the same thing we did? Saint alive. All 6 members of the jury consensually leaning to a guilt verdict of not guilty. Miss Naruhodo, well, it must mean what? That we're victorious. We've won? Are you sure? Excuse me. If the sides of my iron-heeled Wellington offence, pray do forgive the discourtesy. What the heck are you doing, man? What was that? That was hilarious. This really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practices. Where evidence and reasoning should be paramount, emotion rules the day. Emotion? Witness's latest statement gives us clear insight into his true nature. What do you mean his true nature? Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as the witness put it, was included in their investigation. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It's noted in black and white here in the police report. Good lord! The evidence has been tampered with. In order to corroborate Mr. Gilded's story, someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat. Oof. Order! Order! How could such a devious contrivance possibly have infected counsel? Naturally, we must acknowledge the deficiencies of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning... Yeah, I saw the stuff myself too. The compartment of the seat was not empty. Well, my Nipponese friend... Me? When the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtless you examined it in fine detail, as would any self-respecting practitioner of the law. Yep. Pray, what did you find the condition of the under-seat compartment to be? Oh, to be sure, the young gentleman will be able to clear this up in a jiffy. Sorry? Go ahead, you tell the court now, fella. How this is all an elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord Van Zeeks. Well, counsel, do you have something to say on this matter? How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of that little compartment under the seat in the omnibus? I didn't look. It wasn't empty, I have to admit it. I really don't know if giving this answer is helping my cause as a counsel for the defense, but as far as I remember at least. When I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain there was a number of articles inside it, yes. Oh, are you sure, consul? Hurrah, be waste. What are you saying now, you daft daw? I thought you were on my side here. What games are you playing? Your task is to defend the man in the stand. Why would you say something to compromise his position? As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand, but it seems to me that I should stick to what facts I do know as clearly and honestly as possible. Interesting. It is not altogether pleasing, fella. I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. McGilded. Well, don't think that you're supposed to be representing my best interests here, lad. Now then. A fella's memory is a curious thing and not altogether reliable. No, the court must consider the facts. That the cubby hole there under the seat is as empty as a devil's heart, so it is. Do you think perhaps it would be in your best interest now to admit that you might have been mistaken? Why? Why do I feel like something's not right here? I should like the jury to weigh in on this matter, I think. That compartment is designed to house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. The Guild's rules state the omnibuses should be properly and fully equipped at all times, so it certainly wouldn't have been empty on the night in question. Beppo isn't that responsible. That money-lending fleecer and the pickpers are lying. Oh, jeez. And we're swinging around. Ugh! I can't believe I was nearly taken in. The stinking rats are always stinkers. Nothing but cowards, a lot of them. What? Oh no. It's a trick. Of course it's a trick. Quite so. I must concur here. This is ridiculous. Calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth at every time. Yes, but every time a different truth, it seems. My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly, a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate. Thank you, counsel. But before we proceed any further, there is the matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please. I forgot. I hadn't even cross-examined her yet. Yes, my lord. What just happened? The whole balance of the trial just shifted, almost beyond recognition. The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem.
Hold it!
So you were already in the omnibus before it even set off on its run. I don't even remember her accent anymore. Oh yeah, I mean, what's the point of spending Joey to make a few bob, eh? That's a rum idea, ain't it? I suppose she means there's no point spending money to make money. It actually makes sense. Counsel, may I remind you that this girl's a petty thief. Kindly refrain from entertaining her tenants. Well, it does clear up the little mystery of the fares, you know. 4 paying passengers, 5 pence apiece, making the 20 to which the cabman testified. One little scapegrace riding for free. The red conk of the driver always goes for some grub before his last run, see? So that's why I slip into the carriage and get myself hidden under the seat. Nice and easy, right? But your hiding place is a storage compartment, full of equipment for the coach, you know? Yeah, there's brushes and buckets and whatnot in there, sure. Always chuck all that out and cram it in the corner somewhere. No one ever seems to bother much. And yet, according to the report filed by the police officer who first arrived at the scene, the compartment was full of such paraphernalia. Well, I don't know nothing about that. I said I moved all that stuff out so I could hide under a seat, that's all I can tell you. Seems we've reached the end of that line of inquiry. Continue. It was alright, all waste of time. I got nothing to show for me through that night. Waste of time? Why is that? Well, most nights I'm on my own and the God permit at least some of the time. God permit some of the time. I beg your pardon, did you say God permit? Oh yeah, that's what my kind called it. You'd say the omnibus, I suppose. Oh, so she did say God permit. Like, with that tense. The point isn't any normaler on the carriage ain't got no one in it for a while. That's when you come out of your hiding place and get away. That's it. Only that night. This Cole was sat on me from my seat from the start. And he didn't budge the whole way, did he? Not 1 inch. I was totally stuck. I mean to tell us you were present in the carriage for the duration. You were under the seat the entire time while the event unfolded in the enclosed cabin. Yeah, right, mister? To be sure, to be sure. I was as shocked as anyone. You don't expect to lift the cushion you've been sat on for a child now, do you? So this Miss Lestrade couldn't possibly be the culprit then. Was there a 6th person on board?
Hold it!
We couldn't see onto the cabin at all. Not a jot. Most days I'd push the cushion up with me and head out and look out the crack. Then I can have a butcher, is that what I'm gonna fiddle? I thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher. I mean, I can't have a look. The seat I get under isn't as plush as the other one, see? So most of the time the passengers plant themselves opposite. But for some reason that night, this here Irishman spent the whole journey right over me head. And for that reason you weren't able to push the cushion up to peek out, I see. Truth is, I ain't too happy in small dark places. It's too much like being thrown in the clink. It's the only place to hide in them carriages, so it's opposite's choice. Why didn't she just stick to picking people's pockets in the open then? I'd say there's some reason she's not letting on, judging from her demeanor. So anyways, I was a bit scared, but I had to just stick it out under there. Nothing else for it. And after a while I hear this loud bang, nearly jumped out of my skin I did, and the scream just came out. Okay, give me a second, sorry. Okay, when you say loud bang, you mean the noise of someone falling on the floor. Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, it made me jump. You let out a scream involuntarily. That's right. And then I felt the cushion over me head get lighter all of a sudden. Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim, yes? Or not. It could equally have been the moment the accused stood in order to stab his victim, could it not? My girl, did you see what happened at the crucial moment? Yeah, I saw it. I pushed the cushion and had a quick butcher's while I had the dance, didn't I? The Irishman was sitting up, the bloke had fallen on the floor and was the opposite. That's just Mr. McGilded's account, of course. But then the fella suddenly turns around and looks right at me. I sunk back down again, but it was too late by then. I never should have risked looking. Because of that, this swell from me. Mr. McGilded discovered he pulled you up from your hiding place. I was scared stiff as he dragged me out and sat me down on the seat and all. Next to the victim, Mr. Johnson. Yeah, the bloke had a knife in his guts, he was, still bleeding. And the carriage lurched a bit and he ended up falling onto me. Oh, how awful. Both my hands were covered in blood. Made me feel sick as a dog. Both her hands covered in blood. That must be what the rooftop passengers saw. After that, I believe you talked to Mr. McGilded a while, is that correct? He asked me some stuff. I wanted to know my name and what I was up to and that. Then I heard something up above, someone scream. Yes, Mr. First on the roof deck, one would presume. Well, I didn't want no one to see me face, so I didn't look up. Then the horses were drawn up smartish, and this here's Irishman says to me, "Get back on the seat. I'll see that you can get away later." All 6 members of the jury had decided the defendant was innocent. One brief shining moment, yes. It's clear that they all still very unsure. If we could just find some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony, so we would clinch the verdict we want. Yes, I think you're right. I have this niggling feeling something's bothering me, but I just can't quite put my finger on it. What? What do I do?
Hold it!
Wait, I can't continue the testimony while looking at someone else? Is there a penalty for pursuing?
Excuse me!
Oh, would that be fella? Yep, I was going to say about that last statement. No, not really. I'm altogether happy with what it's been said. Kind of you to ask, still and all. Here, have yourself a tip. Did he think I was asking after his general well-being? Okay, no penalty. But it's usually really obvious when something's going on.
Excuse me!
Nope. Nothing there.
Hold it! Well, now.
Ah, there we go.
Excuse me!
Something wrong, Mr. McGill? Oh, I do apologize. Was there something the matter, counsel? Just wonder if Miss Lestray's last comment made something occur to you, perhaps. You seem to be thinking something to yourself. Oh, no, 'twas nothing important. I was feeling bad for the poor lass is all. I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad, shut up in the dark. It was terrifying, so it was. I see, yes, I'm sure we can all sympathize. Still scared of the dark now? Aye. And I don't know about yourself, but I find that the darkness seems to make everything you hear seem that much louder as well. Yeah. I suppose it does, maybe. It's Strayed. Did you hear something that night? Anything? An unusual noise, perhaps? Nah, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. But japers, there's no need to tell the whole world of me foibles, you little scamp. What a pity. Only Mr. Strayed had heard something. Might have given us a new vital new clue. Yes, what should we make of that last statement of hers? It's important. It's always important. Always chase the leads. My lord. I believe that statement just made a witness. It's profoundly important. Profoundly important? But all she said was that she heard nothing. Yes, which is the profoundly important point. I'm almost sure of it. I'm almost sure that I don't understand the inner workings of your Eastern Mind, Council. Nevertheless. Miss Gina Lestrade. Gina Lestrade. Jean led astray? I don't know. You supplement your formal testimony by repeating that last statement, please. What? Supplement? What you on about? Don't give me all your fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do. Well, it won't work on me. That's right. Insult the judge. Always a good move. I was using my ears to work out what was going on, but I could hear her snoring. So you were straining to hear what was happening to the entire time, since the moment you hid yourself? Not exactly, no. Sorry. There was no one in the cabin to start with. I just pushed the cushion up and had a butcher's to see what was what. Then when I saw this swell getting on, I got my head down so he didn't notice me. And Mr. McGill is the seat under which you were hiding, correct? Yeah, would you Adam and Eve it, eh? What a mug. So all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out of there as soon as I heard him leave, see? But would he? Not likely. And though he stopped here and there, I never heard the door open. So I had to stay put and listen to him driving his pigs to market, snoring like an old dog he was. Are there any conclusions we can draw from that, I wonder? That doesn't make sense. Is it... What about the victim? He got there. Mrs. Strayed, what you've just told court is clearly at odds with the facts. Ah, at odds? Are you sure, man? Absolutely. It seems my learned Nipponese friend is not as dull-witted as I feared. So Van Zeeks realized it too. Counsel, I must insist that you bolster your claim with evidence, or some complicit party's name at the very least. Yes, my lord. I expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court. According to Miss Lestrade, while she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGilded's snoring. But think, Brianosuke, think. There's something else she should have heard. Very well, my lord. Allow me to elaborate. A particular sound Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear on the night in question. The sound very clearly explained by the presence of a person. A victim.
Take that!
Thrice fired Mason. Yes, lord. The sound that Miss Lestrade cannot have failed to hear is that of the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus. Order! Explain your reason, counsel. Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person on board the omnibus. Is that correct? Yeah, of course I was. Got on while the driver was in the pub, didn't I? And the next person aboard the omnibus was Mr. McGilded. That it was. Not a soul in the was in the cabin when I climbed aboard. At least not in plain sight. So you were to all intents and purposes alone in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus at that time. Did I not just say as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, that's what you mean. Yeah, I saw him get on, remember? Through the crack under the seat cushion. He was on his own for sure. And from what we'd heard, the carriage made a number of stops after that on its onward journey. During which time did you not hear the door opening and closing at all? Nah, I never heard it. That's exactly what I was listening for, weren't it? Waiting for this swell to leave. In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage? Oh. We know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, Miss Lestrade's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts. Ah. Yes, this petty thief's statement was clearly flawed. Lord Van Zeeks? Yes, he knew. He knew all too well that there was an inconsistency in Miss Lestrade's statement. It would seem words of thanks are in order for my learned friend. What are you talking about? You demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements. Entirely unreliable. The words are convenient untruths, nothing more. He's dead right. Could victim possibly not boarded the omnibus? That makes no sense whatsoever. But this girl is a pickpocket. Let's not forget that. Oh no. Oh no. She didn't even say anything. I didn't want to judge the dear little mite just because she has some rather naughty ways. But I must say, I can't abide liars. And neither can I. Mr. Foreman, I didn't want to judge the girl just because she has some less than salubrious ways, but I must say, I cannot abide liars. Am I gonna have to do the summation whatever again? Mr. Naruhodo, the 5 jury members lean towards guilty. Well, your consideration for others is refreshing, my Nibonese friend. The considerable troubles you have spared me. Wow, he actually drank some. Yes, very refreshing. Where are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for, you useless Eastern Amadan? This is carnage, it's perfect. Juror number 2 is the only one left. Mr. Naruhodo, the way this is going, I know, if we can't find some new way to convince everyone Mr. McKill's innocence, the judge will rule and we'll have lost. I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respected gentlemen, but those of us in service know we must accept hard truths.
Hold it!
Yes, the witness's last statement seemed to have revealed a critical inconsistency in her story. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, it may shed an entirely new light on this whole case. What are you saying? Counsel? I'm sorry, sir? Whatever do you mean? Counsel, I will not tolerate you attempting to prorogue my adjudication. Explain yourself at once. When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door is not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness in the stand. And yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage. If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how would you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? It's wild. There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage. He was in there already. There's another entrance. But thereafter he died. Can I look at the carriage? don't know if you can open that from above. She was there. He was there. The victim was not here. Oh boy. Ah, guessing game it is. They all seem kinda plausible. Wait, let me look at it again. He couldn't have been hanging or anything beforehand. So it's probably not that he was in there already. So that's one less thing. So after he died? Obviously, the victim must have been placed in the carriage after he was killed. Tell me, my learned friend, what was the function of that obviously in your last sentence? Well said, Lord Van Zix. The obvious is troubling me also. No, that's really not the point. The point is that the victim must have been moved to the carriage afterward. There, he objected to the obviously. Then answer me this. How could a cadaver have been placed inside a moving carriage? Well, obviously... Okay, yeah, that was wrong. Just have to penalize the defense heavily for this irrelevant rambling. I must learn to ramble more relevantly. The penalty is evidently not heavily enough, judging from those Nipponese eyes, so I ask you again. Okay, another entrance then. And now watch, as that's also incorrect, and it's the one thing I discarded. If the door wasn't opened even once, the only explanation is that the victim entered the enclosed cabin some other way. Because I don't know for sure if the skylight can open up or not. I wondered what new fancy, so I guess it is that he was already there somehow. And they didn't notice. I wondered what new fantasy you would come up with in your blind panic. But behold, the omnibus is here for all to see. Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door. The other has only windows. Fixed windows which cannot possibly open. In short, there is no entrance to the cabin other than the door. But there could be. There's one possibility you haven't considered. Oh, so it is the skylight. Yes, one other way inside that isn't the door. Another opening, the use of which allowed the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin. Alright, counsel. The defense will identify the location for the court. Here's the omnibus in which the incident occurred. Where on earth is this entrance by which you propose the victim entered the cabin? Right here.
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It can only have been the skylight. I say, the skylight.
Objection!
Your ludicrous proposal almost has me lost for words. However, the skylight may well be large enough for someone to pass through. So you claim. But you have a shred of evidence to support your addle-brained theory. Both Mr. McGilvin and Mr. Lestrade said the same in their testimonies. They each claimed to have heard a loud thud, such as a noise made by someone falling to the floor. Yes, which has already been explained, as the sound of the victim falling from his seat, having been assaulted with a dagger. It has, but would a man slipping from the seat onto the floor really have made such a loud noise as the witnesses described? A loud noise A noise loud enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry, in fact. Good gracious. Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment that the victim made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it. You are now suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin. That's simply impossible. How can you be so sure? Because if the victim had fallen inside through the skylight, as you say, the passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen. And yet, not one person made mention of such events in their testimony. Well, yes, that's true, but who said that? Ain't a humble fella make a wee comment here, Mr. McGilded? To be sure now, the two fellows who were sat on the roof that testified before said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. But it seems to me, my lord, that 'tis not so much a case of not saying, but... Aye. 'Tis a case of them being unable to say. What? I think perhaps the two fellas do be having something of a compelling reason not to mention what happened. Would you not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Oh my goodness, surely not. Those two chaps on the roof. They know each other? You mean the ones who stuck the knife in the man were... the killers. Just what exactly are you insinuating here, you blither? What is he doing? What the heck is this? You rotter, he said. You rotter. What are you insinuating? This is a flaming outrage. I have a good mind to give you a blinker in a minute. He'll give you a shitter in a minute, he said. And so will I. Mr. Fairplay, you're effectively accusing me, a city gentleman, a well-respected banker. And me, a very angry hatter. A mad hatter, you could say. Suggesting someone like me could have stabbed that man in the guts. It's a disgrace. It's scandalous. It's... I protest. I protest in the strongest possible terms. That's right, I protest too. About you rotten scoundrel. Wait, when did they hop in there? With them? Order! 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 This is not the time, witnesses. I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the anteroom at once. But this is beyond reason, my lord. It's outrageous. It's very hurtful, you know. My lord, if I may comment. Go ahead, Lord Van Zeeks. It was defense that incited this outburst from the witnesses. My learned friend has seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse witnesses without proof. Accuse? I never intended to. It seems, young Nipponese, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. You propose to this court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. That hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You have intimated their criminal guilt. In our British court of law, that is what is termed a baseless accusation. I know I was rushed to put the idea forward about the actual evidence, but you can't just dismiss it without a second thought. What are we wasting time for? Go get them to testify. I thought there was something fishy about that hat from the moment I laid eyes on the fellow. We have to see this matter through now, one way or another. If there's filth and rubbish in our midst, we must dispose of it at once. Testify. What's happening, Mr. Naruhodo? The spectators in the public gallery they're in a complete frenzy. Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. My lord? You will take stand again and make another formal testimony in reference to the indictment brought up by the defense. Yes, my lord. I didn't come here for this. There's no time to think this through. All I can do is keep pushing forward. Okay, and then like 2 more cross-examinations will do it. We were the only 2 people up on that roof deck, dead or alive. I can swear to that. If anything had happened when we were sitting, don't you think one or the other would have noticed? In any case, neither of us knew the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill him. The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. Who could possibly have opened it? If you're sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? I must say that listening to this testimony is somewhat hard to imagine. Yep. They just keep wriggling their way out of it. How either witness could have performed any malevolent act on the rooftop deck without the other noticing forthwith. That's right. See. What innocent, I tell you. Although logically, of course, the argument falls down if the 2 of you were in collusion with one another. What? Eh? According to investigations by Scotland Yard, the 2 witnesses share no common dealings. Well, I don't trust coppers any more than I trust the stinking rich. Something doesn't feel right here. The trial's going in our favor, really, so why do I feel so uneasy? Counsel for the defense, over to you, your cross-examination, please. Oh, yes, my lord. Alright, let's see what happens.
Hold it!
So at no time did the victim, Mr. Mason, climb up to join you on the roof deck. Absolutely not, Dickin. Wait, oh my gosh, all 4 of them. Question about it, he said. None at all. Oh, but yes, of course. I remember seeing them both. I saw the victim inside the enclosed cabin talking with this man here. This is true, Mr. McGill. Dear me, my lord. At the risk of repeating myself, I boarded the omnibus alone and nodded off inside almost immediately. That's an outright lie. Without doubt, you were engaged in... Let me stop you there, fella, and ask, do you have any evidence at all? At all? It is all about evidence in the courts these days, so it is. You do well to remember that. I saw you with my own eyes. This is going so well. Well, it was on the final run of the omnibus at past 10 o'clock in the evening. It would certainly have been quite dark. Perhaps too dark to see clearly? Is this some kind of a lark? Is this some kind of a joke, he said? Is this what it is? Or perhaps one or the other of you fell asleep briefly. Are you fair dinkum, sir? Are you serious, sir? That's what he said. It's impossible, I tell you. I'd give you the keys to the vault if you could fall asleep in that bitter cold. And if you did manage it, your eyelids would freeze shut and you'd never open them again. That's extreme. It was extreme, I tell you, and we had to put up with it because this man had locked the door. Any true gent would have unlocked it and let me in when I knocked. But I'm dreadfully sorry about that, young fella. But you see, I was away with the fairies and I didn't hear you at all. That's a lie. I saw you through the glass. You were talking to someone. Now, 'twas a cold night, so it was. People do be seeing things that aren't real in the cold. 'Tis hardly surprising. Seeing things. I believe we have reached an impasse here on this particular point. Well, you. Don't take it personally now, lad. I'm a suspect in this case, and 'tis only fair you and the other fiend are too. Open and free competition is what a capitalist society is all about. This isn't a competition I'd like to be involved in, really.
Hold it!
So you had never met Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason before? Oh, lummy, no. Not once, never. He'd never met the man before, he said. Never. And you, Mr. First, had no prior dealings with the victim either? That's right, sir. Hatters don't have much to do with brickmakers, to be perfectly honest, sir. No, I imagine not. You see, how many different ways can I put this? Neither of us have the most remotest connection to the gentleman who was inside the cabin. Ooh, that's right. He knows the connection.
Excuse me.
Mr. McGilded? Yes, Counsel. What can I be doing you for? Did the witness's last statement give you pause for thought somehow? Not the remotest connection. Is that right now, I wonder? What are you insinuating now? Ah, Mr. Fairplay. It has been too long, so it has. Hey. If I'm not very much mistaken, I believe 'tis fast approaching, is it not? Your repayment date. I beg your pardon? You borrowed 20 guineas from me, sir. At an unconscionable rate of interest. You tricked me. It's extortion. Well now, is that a touch of begrudgery, is it? The sort of begrudgery that might motivate a fella to pass his crimes off on another. And young Mr. First. Me, sir? What do you want of me, sir? You do be making hats for a living, do you not? That there top hat sliding about on your head. Is that one of your own creations, is it? Oh, well, I'm still an apprentice, you understand? I'm learning to find the perfect fit for whoever fine gent walks through the door. The perfect fit, is it? Well, it is a very distinctive design, so it is. Many customers like it, I tell you. They like a distinctive touch. Customers, such as Thrice-Eyed Mason. It was a photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence of fraud, my lord. Oh, this you mean. Oh. I can't help thinking that the poor fellow's hat looks distinctly familiar, wouldn't you say? Oh. That's one of my hats. Aye, that it is. So it would seem the brickmaker was a customer of yours. The sort of customer, I'd wager. You could have had a wee quarrel with over the distinctiveness of the goods. No, sir. Absolutely not, sir. Well, there's really nothing more to add. Wouldn't be right to say that the two fellas here haven't the remotest connection to the victim, you see. I'll rest my case. You little weasel. Arr. He's better at this than I am. Gosh, Mr. McGilded has certainly been thorough in his research, hasn't he? Please, don't let me a little interruption hold up the proceedings. What was that? Oh, who gave the hat to whatever?
Hold it!
I'm quite certain about that. This guy was shut the entire time. I'm gonna lose my block with you in a minute. He's going to lose his rag in a minute. That's what he said. Take it for yourself. Go on. You see, it's shut fast now, just like it was on the night. So it is, of course. A fellow the size of Miss Mason could likely break right through it and still in all. What? Just looking at the size of the thing, you understand. Now you hold on a minute there, sir. The size of the thing means nothing. On its own, let's consider the bigger picture, shall we? Stop biting our cane, shall we? I was riding the omnibus on another occasion when, well, I broke wind, proudly. I shocked myself with it as it happens. Is this important? This is an unexpected confession, Mr. First. Oh, I just meant to say, well, the point is, I tried to open the skylight, you see. But just my luck, I couldn't make it budge. The stench was terrible. Everyone was looking daggers at me, sir. Went red as a rogue, I did. That is rouge, I mean. Are you expecting me to sentence you? Oh no, sir. The point is, the skylight can't be opened. I tried and tried when I was inside the cabin of shame. Oh?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Miss Lestrade? It's Lestrade? Lestrade? I don't know. Miss Lestrade. It opens. Skylight. That is what we're talking about, right? Oh, the skylight's open. Dead easy. More easily than you can load that weapon. That's a lie, I tell you. Otherwise, when I broke wind, You can't do it from inside, you mug. Oh. Look, a few weeks ago, I was up on the roof deck of one of them drags. And I had a great haul. I mean, I had bursts coming out my ears. Mr. Strahd, this is not the form to be eulogizing on the subject of your criminal activities. Well, anyway, I had a bit of a scare. When I lifted the last burst, he got wise to me. All four of them surrounded me, so I couldn't hop off the bus and leg it. So what I did was, I used the skylight, opened the catch, and I jumped right through. What? Yeah, the catch for them skylights on the top side. That's why you can't open them from the cabin. The skylight opens from the roof deck. Bailiff, climb up on the roof and open the bus at once and verify this witness's claims. The bailiff is invisible. Ah, oh, my hat. See? Order! So it appears that this strict girl's statement is quite true. I don't believe it. The skylight opens. And the roof deck. It's Naruhodo. This could be the clue we've been looking for. Clue? That's like how they do it. It's more than a clue, that's the thing. Yes, my lord. So the skylight opens. Perhaps I should investigate for myself. Okay, I guess I'll do that. Oh, it's probably gonna update this and then I object to that statement. Fastened shut before. Now the catch has been undone. We should be able to open it. How did that help us? You can certainly see inside the carriage just opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in it. Wait, you're talking about... No, I did not mean to do that. Okay. Yeah. Oh, maybe I go inside now. Oh, that's not the door to get inside. This is the door. Anything? Ooh, blood! 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 Yes, it does open very wide, doesn't it? Wide enough to kick someone like you through, certainly, Miss Naruhodo. Why someone like me? Ugh. What is it? Just here, look at this. That's without question. I love how they're in the middle of cross-examining. They stepped away from the table, walked to the carriage here, and have been poking around inside and having this little conversation. That's without question. It's blood. How would there be a blood stain there? Surely, can't be unrelated to the case, Cat. I have my evidence. Let me press it first, though. Proof. That's right. Demand to hear it. We came here to say what we saw, I tell you, not for this. But you call us well shicers? Brands us as criminals. You call us liars, that's what he means, and accuse us of doing it. as it stands at the moment. There's no hard evidence that incriminates yourselves now, is there? I believe we're in much the same position as one another here. If I don't crack this cake soon, he'll crack his teeth. I wonder if these two men really were involved in some way. I couldn't say. I mean, I don't really know anything about them, do I? Although by the same token, I don't really know anything about Mr. McGilded either. It's so hard to know what to believe here. I think we should try to remember that it's evidence alone that can truly determine the outcome of a trial. Evidence. No one can argue against decisive evidence, including the members of the jury. So you're saying that what we need now is to find the conclusive piece of evidence. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, precisely. Well, I have it. Let me just use it now. Please stop horsing around, Mr. First. Oh. Take that!
Objection.
No objection, right? On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach. Immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into the cabin below. Those are the facts, and the irrefutable proof. It remains clearly visible in the omnibus that stands between us today in this very courtroom. What? That's utter humbug. You can't possibly have any evidence. No, you can't. I mean, we didn't do it, I tell you. It's impossible. Irrefutable proof, here in this courtroom. Counsel? My lord, I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here, Where exactly within the omnibus is this evidence to which you allude? What the heck? You point out what it is that proves the victim from the roof deck through the skylight. Wasn't expecting this.
Got it!
Got it! By Jupiter! Is that blood? This bloodstain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open. What? And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening. Oh my. And so it follows that Mr. McGilded, who was inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of this crime. No! Got him. Order! 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 What the... Oh, he said hold it. But the blood could have sprayed up there when the fellow was stabbed inside the cabin. And only found its way to that one particular spot on the skylight. Sure, and that would be very convenient. Yeah. And let's keep it in mind that the skylight catch can only be unfastened from the roof deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I? But there's no way to know for certain, is there? If the gent really fell to the skylight, I mean. I don't have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the two seats, Mr. First. It is all too plain, if you see. There's the aftermath that shows a poor fella dropped from a fair height right there, so it is. What? No. But it can't be. It's all lies. Oh. My fellow jury members. I think we can all agree that this is clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can't we? I believe we can, yes, sir. It's clear to me now where the filthy rubbish can be found in this courtroom. So, they thought they could pull the wool over my eyes, did they? I won't tolerate any of the guild's carriages being sullied with blood. I won't tolerate it. Oh, I always knew that nice gentleman who gave us that delightful park couldn't have done such a thing. On three then, everyone. 1, 2, 3.
Objection!
Are you kidding me? A chilling performance, Mr. McGilded. Oh, and what would you be referring to there now, Lord Van Zeeks? A bloodstain on the frame of the skylight. Such evidence is null and void. Oh, because we can't prove it was there before before the crime scene got tampered with. What? Why? For one extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed.
Objection!
What are you talking about? It's there for all to see. It's clearly blood. I personally attended Scotland Yard's investigation of the omnibus. Officers involved went over the carriage with a fine-tooth comb. So I can state with absolute surety, no such smear of blood existed in the carriage, at least until this trial began. Are you suggesting, Lord Van Zieks, that this stain of blood was fabricated, my lord? Yes, and while this court has been in session. What? This is what happens. What a palaver. I must say I didn't expect such a crude reason from the prosecutor standing, Lord Van Zieks. But I'm Magnus MacGilded, a fellow known all over the capital for his fine contributions to public life. I don't take kindly to slander, and I'll fight it to the bitter end, even if it's rolling off the tongue of the Reaper of the Bailey. Mr. MacGilded, I realize that this is your first appearance in court as the accused. However, I'm well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in a great many affairs of dubious nature. You're very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty. And each time it happens that a case you're involved in is investigated, you adapt the facts. Adapt the facts? What does that even mean? When you wield a fortune the size of Mr. MacGilded, however ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of a crime, bribing witnesses. To build your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir. Tut, Lord Van Zieks. This will not do, to be sure. Hold it now, Counsel. Oh, no. I think it's fair to say this does all sound like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. The blood on the skylight didn't exist, you say? But if yous will all cast your minds back, is it not true that the omnibuster has been in the courtroom the entire time? How could anyone possibly have put a smear of blood in it without the world and his wife seeing? Isn't that right now, Consul? It's true. The omnibus has been in full view the entire time the court has been in session. Honored friend. Here's to hearing your opinion on this matter, in your own words. As you wished. Could someone have tampered with the omnibus during its trial? If you're asking me, I think it could have been possible. I can't lie. As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant as best as I can. But still, I feel as though there's something even more important at stake here. There is no evidence to suggest that the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out alleged tampering, there is one possibility. Oh, good gracious. Explain yourself, Counsel. Yes, there is. It seems my learned Nepalese friend has no intention of running from this deceit. Deceit? I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly the recess that we were forced to take. As a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently in the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade. I keep trying to think of her pun, but I don't know. What's going on? Yeah, I lived through this. I know what happened. It wasn't even that long ago. The courtroom was filled with smoke, and everyone was thrown into confusion. All were made to leave this chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and in all the chaos. Whoa, that was like three spins. It could have been possible to steal inside in the omnibus. camera spun around like 3 times around them. Also, where's the omnibus now? It's supposed to be right in front of the witnesses. Are you wise? What are you trying to pull, you rotten, feckless gouger? Feckless gouger? You're supposed to be defending me. 'Tis a wicked plot. 'Tis a plot to undermine me, so it is. Whatever you think this is changes nothing. The facts are the same. After this courtroom was evacuated earlier, as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus. Consistencies such as... To start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger list. Investigate the omnibus. This compartment was full of the driver's items. Secondly, we have the smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. As I have said, that was not present at the start of the trial this morning. Unfortunately, Lord Van Zieks, no one is able to corroborate your claims. That's true. When the omnibus was first wheeled out, both the storage compartment and the skylight were shut. Accordingly, I'm afraid to say we cannot establish with any certainty if this evidence is a result of tampering or not. Indeed, my lord, no doubt there was not a single person who saw it fit to verify such things. What do you think? Sorry? About the omnibus. Is there anything else unusual about the omnibus? Wait, what? Something else? Huh? The blood on the floor. I don't remember seeing that before. I was wondering if I missed it in the beginning, but no, I don't think I did. It just wasn't there. Yes, Counsel. There is one further inconsistency. The mark surely could not have been present at the start of the trial. What? What in the devil's name are you gonna say now? If you dare to betray me, little maggot, you better start watching your back. Silence, McGilded. The court awaits the defense's clarification. Grr. This trial keeps swinging one way and the other. I have no idea what's the truth and what's deception. What am I supposed to believe here? I shall have to ask you to elaborate, Counsel. What exactly is this alleged mark you claim appeared during some point during the trial? What? I thought it was the blood on the floor, but I can't look at it. Also weird, they already said that, but... Yes, that seemed to be clearly visible from the roof deck. Really stabs on a full view of the other passengers like that one there. It's weird that I can skip this when I already saw the dialogue. Oh, now I can select it. That's blood, isn't it? Something wrong? Oh, it's just... well, this blood stain is so obvious, that's all. And yet Van Zieks made no mention of it. I suppose it does seem a little strange. Yeah, it is this then. Okay. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? So I could select it the whole time.
Got it!
Got it. We consider that the victim fell through the skylight onto the floor of the cabin. You would certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. But as far as I recall, this blood stain on the cab floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought into the courtroom. Good lord. That's like a spot the difference that you don't even have to be a part of because you don't have to look at it in the beginning. Oh my goodness. Yes, I do believe you're right. Correct, Counsel. Well said. Although, as an advocate for the defense, one might say that was a very careless slip of tongue. I believe that bloodstain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But if the question is whether the evidence is genuine, or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit that there's at least a possibility that the evidence is fake. Like, what are these weird Japanese lawyers doing? This trial is over. Mr. McGilded? I've done everything I possibly can to cooperate with the court. It's all over now. But you're the defendant. It's all over, I tell you. Oh. Memory, recollection, what people think they saw. It is all nonsense. Facts are what counts, and the fact is that blood stain is there, now. Well. And over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out as it has been, that good-for-nothing Reaper of the Bailey has failed to present any decisive evidence at all. I'm scandalized, so I am. I thought better of the Lord Van Zeeks. Well, my lord? I must concur with the defendant. The unfounded recollections of an individual cannot stand as evidence. At this moment in time, the particular blood stain in question is very much in existence, and in the absence of any credible method by which to prove its alleged previous non-existence, I regret to say it would be improper for this trial to continue. Your lordship can't be serious. Lord Van Zeeks, what is your position? The prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses or evidence to present. Very well. In that case, as I believe we have explored every possible avenue in this matter, I shall proceed to make adjudication. As a formality, I am of course obliged to confirm with the defense first. What formality? As things stand at the moment, it would seem that Mr. McGilded will be found not guilty. Yes. Which would mean we've won. Is that really the right outcome here? Is it really alright for the trial to come to an end now? With all these unexplained inconsistencies? Counsel for the defense, your closing statement, please. Yes, the defense believes... This is so weird. Doesn't say is guilty, it says could be guilty. I'm here in this courtroom today to advocate for the defense of my client, Mr. McGilded. However, at this moment in time, I cannot in all good conscience attest fully to the defendant's innocence. What are you saying, man? Yeah, he's not happy. Without any question, there is no conclusive evidence to prove that the defendant is guilty. However, there's also no conclusive evidence to prove that he is innocent. Good gracious me. Order! This is unprecedented behavior, counsel. A defense lawyer calling the accused's innocence into question. Are you of sound mind? Well, it was a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer, so it was. A grand decision. What? I must say, I didn't expect quite such an exciting spectacle at the end there, but still. Here, have this for your troubles. Ugh. Your job here is done, fella. And some fine work you've done, so you have. What do you mean? It is just as the right honourable gentleman so succinctly puts it afore. The trial can't go on anymore. And your closing statement there was, how did he put it now? Nothing more than a formality. Oh my gosh. Was he acting all villainish? I really don't know what to make of all of this. Was the evidence we seen genuine, or was it fake? His lordship would be fuming. Any unsightly rubbish should be disposed of promptly, as I said. Stinking rich are always guilty of something. You're mark my words. I feel terribly ashamed that I ever doubted that lovely man who gave us the lovely park. Oh my gosh, what a mess. Now the proceedings have unfolded in this way. I am compelled to declare premature end to this trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea. I thank you kindly, Lord. I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court. Oh my gosh. But we still haven't determined if the blood stain in the omnibus is genuine or not. We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or pack lies. We have no idea about the truth. Lord Van Zeeks. My lord. The case made by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice to take place. My sincerest apologies, my lord. But wait! When we were evacuated from the courtroom, Lord Van Zeeks ordered the evidence to be secured. I'm afraid the prosecution cannot assign responsibility in this matter. That's so unfair. Wow, it's like a sore winner. The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer a judgment. What? Well, Lord Van Zeeks, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. You mean to tell me it's all been grand waste of time? It is the law of the land, my good man. If you'd like to pursue this matter further, you can always go ahead and try to change the law. Magnus McGilded. Good grief, you've more to say to me, have you? Just one thing, a warning. This is far from over. Well, something to be looking forward to then. This is a gross victory. I hereby pronounce the defendant, Mr. Magnus McGilded, not guilty. I don't feel very happy about this. That's weird. That's weird in this series to happen. Can't believe it. That's an outrage. I should examine the evidence more. What are you talking about? That man's been cleared. He's innocent. Oh, they're all arguing amongst themselves, too. The courtroom in pandemonium for the second time that day. The judge delivered his verdict. My first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end, with the defendant being found not guilty. Ostensibly a victory for us. Okay, he probably did it, but this furthers the plot along, because now Ryunosuke is going to be allowed to keep learning law in London, and the game can continue, and not being sent back to Japan for losing. It certainly was a long trial. Ah, yes, it was. Your first ever trial on foreign soil, your first victory. It was a wonderful performance. My heartfelt congratulations. And to you, Mr. Sato. Thank you for your assistance. I suppose we should be happy. The trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened. Well, we didn't have enough time. But isn't it wrong? I mean, who was actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death? We don't even know that. The sole aim of the defense is to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. You carried out your duty to perfection. Aye, that you did. I'm assuming it's him. Yep. Mr. McGilded. Oh, and that girl is with him too. Well, it seems the stories are true. But what stories? about the 6 enormous fireworks they do be letting off when there's a verdict of not guilty. Oh my god. Wow. I'm sure the users must have seen them now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say? Yes, definitely. I heard it was a sight to behold, and to be sure it was. And I've you to thank, I suppose, for having an opportunity to see it. He looks like the penguin. Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not sure I really did anything. What was you saying, fella? How did I walk out as a free man, then? I don't think it was so much thanks to me as down to your planning. You're a straight-talking fella, aren't you? I must say you had me astray in the head there for once or twice. But you're young and headstrong. Ah, it's water under the bridge. Congratulations, Mr. McGilder, on having your name cleared. But nothing's resolved. There's only one thing that matters to me. Oh? Aye. They've all seen that I didn't do that odious and abstinent deed. 'Tis grand, is it not? I suppose it is. Now the fine fellows of Scotland Yard can take matters in hand and sort out any wee details. They'll see it what it is. They'll get to the truth. I have absolute faith in them, so I have. After all, I do be providing a good number of their wages with all the taxes I pay. It's not that funny. So then, as we agreed beforehand, 1,000 guineas for your trouble, fella. Oh, no, I couldn't possibly accept that much. Not a be whist. You're humble people are from the east. You from the east. Well, if you insist. But have this, still in all. You deserve a reward. Mr. Magnus McGilded. Everything's ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. Into the courtroom? What's this, officer? Tis sooner than I was led to believe. Hope it's convenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. Sorry? What inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. They're going to examine it again? Now? Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take part in any more of this matter now. But as an upstanding member of London society, I can be doing my best to help where I can. 'Tis a gentleman's duty, so it is. So then, fare thee well. 'Twas an absolute pleasure meeting yous. Vernoska should have taken the money. I hope you have a whale of a time when you're studying here in Great Britain. And there he goes, a free man. Oh, I forgot she was here too. Are you gonna shoot me? Don't move. Whereas I would say, get a move on. She really does take forever to load that thing. Mrs. Straight, would you mind putting that thing down? You're a grown-up. Sorry? And I ate all grown-ups. Ah, there you are. What? Huh? Naughty, naughty, running off like that. Is this some kind of picnic? Who's this little girl now? I'm taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental milk grenade launcher. Ah. What is happening? Oh, do you want to play? You won't beat me. Excuse me, but who are you? What is happening? Why are there two young girls wielding artillery in front of courtroom guards? Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. The inventor? Well, not many smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White, white, and more white. If you have to be shrouded in smoke, it could at least be a pretty color, so I thought to myself. I don't know why I'm giving her this accent. I meant to give her a more normal, not normal, I meant British. Well, I'm British, but I'm going the same as Gina. Do you have to be shrouded in smoke, though? At all? I just took my eyes off it for a moment while I was changing to a different omnibus, and she pinched it. Luckily, I fitted it with a telegraphic beacon. What's it? What? I have no idea what this girl's talking about. Anyway, you're coming with me now, back to my laboratory. What for? To apologize, of course, City, to my technician. What? You mean say sorry? You must say sorry when you've done something wrong. Surely an adult has told you that before. An adult? Don't listen to no adults. Come along then, follow me. Fine, have it your way. Oh good, you see I knew you'd want to do the right thing in the end. Really sure what she wants to do is not get shot by the massive gun of yours. Okay, bye, wacky cast. That I'll most likely see later. We'll be leaving now then. Bye bye. I might give her a different accent later because I just don't know what to do with her. I'm so sorry for all this. She was a lively one. Well, I think perhaps we ought to be on our way to now too. Yes, you're right, but where to? Oh, we haven't had time to find a place to stay. No sooner had we arrived in London than we had to rush here. All our traveling cases are still with the bailiff. I was originally planning to spend today in search of lodgings, but at this late hour in the day, I'm afraid we may be out of luck. Don't worry though, I have a plan. If the worst comes to worst, I've heard there's a lovely park where we could spend the night. Please tell me you're not thinking of McGilded Park. I know it may be a little chilly at this time of year, but our youthfulness will see us through. I'm not so sure about that. I think a midwinter London night will freeze a young person's soul just as easily as an elderly one. Oh dear, that doesn't sound agreeable. Now I'm starting to regret turning Mr. McGilded down. That 1,000 guineas would have paid for a lovely warm room or mansion. Yeah, you're really dumb for not taking it, no matter what. And so, proud to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there were more trying times ahead. Just as the Reaper of the Bailey had warned, the case was far from over. What?
What's going on? Get the fire brigade! Water!
It's on fire! Are you kidding?
How did this happen?
I don't know, sir. By the time I got here, it was already engulfed.
No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating.
There's someone in there?
No. Oh, good God. There's someone in there.
This can't be.
Oh my god. He looks even more vampire-like in anime form. Jeez. That's dramatic. And yeah, okay. That's certainly something to end on. Well, I have to eat dinner. So I'm ending here. Thanks for showing up, Sukato. That was more fun than usually is when I'm just talking to myself most of the time. At least this game does have a lot to read, so I can just be saying that stuff. But yeah, I'll try to get on again tomorrow, but I can't be sure. I will try though. So whatever, I'll be back. Thanks for hanging out. And oh yeah, okay. Bye.